Okay, I don't have to do those.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. So it'll just be this one?
Yep.
Oh yeah. That's it. So thanks for. So this has juice. This is
Okay,
good.
I don't have to do this.
Perfect.
I'm welcome. Thanks to you.
You gave me a little rundown.
I'm just trying to think.
What's that?
Because you're just introducing them,
I'm introducing
and then
Sam.
Sam's moderating.
Yeah, I'm introducing Sam and Sam's introducing.
Okay, so I'll put this on Sam then right now.
Yes, I just need
So I'll give this to you since you're the first one up.
Is it live already?
Yeah, it's all muted on the board.
Oh, okay.
So don't worry.
talking and
Yeah. So everything's muted to the live stream. There's just a live picture because I don't have a slate at the moment, which I'm going to try to work on to get into the stream. So, and then, do you want this recorded?
for me?
Yeah.
But does Tom?
I'll ask them.
Yeah, I would think so.
Physical hard copy.
Okay.
So I need to clear some space.
I could do this whole thing on my own.
Oh, yeah.
I don't need a panel. I can present both sides of the issue.
And be a pain in the ass at the same time.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
God,
thought.
you know it, and I could refute myself 8 or 9 times.
So I think we're going to hold up a few minutes because we don't see two of your legislators.
And I'm in no rush.
So I don't want to have you just have one legislator.
No, that's fine. Whenever you're ready, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm going to go look.
Okay.
I mean, I don't have to talk right now? Perfect.
Good morning.
Just want to say hi.
My superstar.
Thank you. So are you. So fun. It's going really well.
Well, you got so much response online. It was amazing.
Oh, good,
How are ya?
good. Yay.
Thanks so much.
Oh, you're
Thank
very
you.
welcome.
We'll talk to you later.
Okay. Now, once this panel is done, you're done with me, correct?
Yes, I mean, yeah, so you're more than welcome to do whatever you'd like to do. I mean, in terms of anything else or...
No, I
But yeah,
just need...
that's your duty is the,
I
this
have a
panel,
line of
the
people
politicians.
backing up behind you, going, okay. So, yeah, if I'm done when the panel is
You are.
over.
So we get, and this is
Good morning.
one. That's
Sam, Bob Johnston. Very nice to meet
we've
you,
got
Bob. How are you?
Senator Lang is here. I haven't.
Good morning.
I've not seen your other two panelists. being
Yeah,
Senator
Jeanette
Spearman
was
and-
just going looking.
Okay.
Yes, Senator Spearman's probably talking to somebody right now. So
Could well be.
It could be
and then,
days.
Senator Harris. So I was remiss assuming that she.
I was Ernie's law partner for 3 decades.
Oh, is that
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Oh,
To
okay.
Patrick Johnson Adler, I was a Johnson.
Okay, very good.
I was going to say, Sam, I'm the odd person out here as a non-legislator.
You're right.
So my thought, I did prepare a brief PowerPoint looking back at what was done in the 2021 session, where I spent 4 months working on SB 448, sort of omnibus energy bill. But this is just a thought. I don't know what your plan is.
Well, okay.
But it would be, I could go through that and then just shut up. It would sort of look back where everyone else is looking forward.
Well,
state of Nevada for about 27 years now. Our firm has been working on the transportation infrastructure, part of the conversation that we had yesterday, and it was great to listen to some of the ideas that were flowing about that. But that space aside, I can't tell you how interested I was in approximately mid-December when I opened up the news and I saw a headline, "Science achieved nuclear fusion breakthrough with blast of 192 lasers." And I thought, oh wow, something's just happened here. And this article stated that that successful experiment finally delivered the ignition goal that was promised when the construction started for the National Ignition Facility in 1997. So 25 years in order to make that happen. And as Senator Brooks said yesterday, this is a really, really exciting time, and this is a fast-paced industry with a great future ahead. But investments need to be made, and policy pathways need to be cleared to move forward in this world filled with so many stakeholders and complexities, and we heard a little bit about that yesterday. So with the start of the 2023 legislative session a mere 3 days away, I'm going to transition to what's going on in Nevada with a small pop quiz. So how many of the bill drafts submitted to date for the 2023 legislative session include the word energy in their description? Anybody? It's actually 9. And I heard this morning you're right. And I heard this morning in speaking to one of our legislators that that's slightly shy by 1 because there will be 1 more for a total of 10. And several of those are carried by the panelists you're going to see here today. So without further ado, I'm excited to introduce our moderator, Sam Shad, to get that policy discussion rolling. Sam is the host of Nevada Newsmakers. He's been covering Nevada politics on radio, TV, online, and via podcasts for the past 27 years. He started in Reno on radio in 1978. He first explored the role of talk show host in 1990 with a radio program. In the early 90s, Sam hosted the daytime show on the ABC affiliate in Reno, which leaned heavily towards the topic of politics. In 1994, he hosted the critically acclaimed Monday at 4 program, which highlighted debates between candidates in that year's election. For all the elections between 1994 and 2002, Sam served as a political interviewer for the Reno ABC affiliate's morning show. He hosted Nevada Newsmakers on that channel for 10 years. In 2003, Nevada Newsmakers moved to the NBC affiliate, KRNB TV, and a year later began airing in Las Vegas as well. Sam was inducted in the Nevada Broadcasters Hall of Fame in 2002, and I know he occasionally throws out a softball question, but most of the time he wants to get to the heart of the matter. Today he will tackle Nevada energy policy, both past and future. Please welcome Sam Shad.
Boy, that explains why I feel so tired. Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for having me here. It's a pleasure to be here, and especially with this terrific panel that we have. Senator Roberta Lang, Senator Dallas Harris, and we should be getting Pat Spearman here pretty soon as well, and Robert Johnson, who's a senior staff attorney with Western Resource Advocates. I'm going to play devil's advocate here because obviously it would be stupid for anybody to come out here and say that there is nothing going on with climate change. Obviously there is. I remember talking to Pat Mulroy, former head of the Southern Nevada Water Authority, and I said to her a few years ago, what do you say to people that don't believe in climate change? And she said, I just don't talk to them. So from that perspective, but I would like to play devil's advocate so that we can have a discussion and talk about what's going on. With the planet warming up, it's very difficult for those of us in Northern Nevada especially to look out of the window and look at the Sierra and Peavine and see over 200% of normal for snow. It makes a lot of people go, well, what's really going on here? And for somebody, which wasn't mentioned in my long biography there, but I also did weather on television for 23 years. And it's not unusual for Nevada to go through multiple years of dry and then get hit with a massive amount of snow, and that fills up Lake Tahoe. And as John James, the state climatologist, told me many years ago, when Lake Tahoe is full, the drought is over. So every few years, Lake Tahoe gets full, then we can relax for a couple of years before it starts sinking again. I wanted to start, if I may, with Robert Johnston. Because on your website, you talk, not you personally, but the company talks about the time frame and says that basically we're all going to hell if everything isn't done within 6 years. And that's kind of one of my biggest concerns about this whole discussion, both in real terms of climate change and in real terms of doing things about it. We know the planet is going to survive. Will mankind survive? Well, that may be the big question. But why is it 6 years, not 5 years, or 7 years, or 8 years? If you go back in history, you look at all the prognostications that were made, and you can shake your head because so many of them didn't come true. What's your response to that? Because my problem is I think we're rushing so fast to get all this done that there are going to be all kinds of consequences that we haven't foreseen.
That's a good question, and it's a matter of great debate around the country. But I think there is an urgency to act. I think goals are very important. Am I on?
Yeah, you just gotta lift it up a little bit.
Oh, I've got it closer.
Is it, nope, not on.
Can I use this one?
Both mics.
Oh, okay.
Let me see if I can work this one.
Do I need both or just this one?
You need both.
That's for the live stream.
And then this will be for the room.
Okay.
Yeah, testing.
See, give it to a senator.
Yeah, no.
Microphone's worth.
At least at this time.
Give
Exactly.
it to this senator.
Exactly, but I think certainly at WA we believe there's a sense of urgency, but there's also a sense of optimism because things have changed so fast, and there's risk with anything you do. There's no the risk with staying on the course we're on is with no policy changes is pretty evident, as you just said, with climate change, and a lot of what we're going to see in the next 20 years is for anyone who looks at this in any depth, is already baked in, really. So a lot of the stuff we're working on is really for people my age. We're not going to see the benefit of it. But we're looking at the last half of this century, really, where we can really make a difference by acting now. And because of the way greenhouse gases linger in the atmosphere and the warming effect lingers in the atmosphere, there's a long time lag. But so there is a real sense of urgency to act now to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. And that's just not the Enviro is talking. That's the International Panel on Climate Change, the Paris Agreement. There's a sense of urgency there. And if I might, I just would like to show, not knowing how this format was going to go.
Get a bit closer to the mic. They're having trouble hearing you in the back.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
unusual for anyone to say they're having trouble hearing me. So I'll really speak up. I had a PowerPoint. I'd just like to show a couple of slides to put this in context, maybe. And these are from NDEF's annual greenhouse gas report, which I would highly recommend. You can get the, let's see if we can get the full page view here. Just there. You get full page. There. Yeah, and no, I think I'm good. just go down a page. This is my clicker's not working here. Bob versus technology.
And this may be one of the problems here,
Yeah.
is we have all the solutions, but we can't get the clicker to work.
Exactly. So this is just set the stage here a little bit. This is from NDEP's annual 2022 greenhouse gas report that just came out end of December, early January. And since 2019, NDEP has been not just doing an inventory of Nevada's greenhouse gases emissions by sector, but also looking at how Nevada's doing against emission reduction goals that were set in statute by the legislature in 2019 in SB 254. And this is just a breakout by section, which I think is interesting. And so if you look at 2005, it's a little hard maybe to see there, that's better. You can see that electricity generation was 47%, transportation 30%. So you're talking 77% of all Nevada's greenhouse gas emissions were from those two sectors. And then as you move forward to 2020, electricity generation has come down. We've cleaned up the grid. Transportation is taking a bigger share. 2015 is when the transportation sector became the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in Nevada. And then if you look at the forecast to 2030, that trend continues. So NDEP's best estimate at this point, or best forecast, under existing policies is that transportation will be 35% of greenhouse gas emissions, electricity generation 24%. You're still talking, far and away, those are the two biggest sectors in Nevada for greenhouse gas emissions. And then this next slide, and then these are the only slides I'll show here, are projected net greenhouse gas emission reductions versus the 2005 and 2030 reduction goals. And if you look on, this laser pointer might work. If you look up here, these red lines, 2005 net emissions, because that's the benchmark against which we're measuring reductions. That 2025 goals, 28%, 2030 goal, 45%, and net emissions, the forecast, most recent forecast really here, is that we're going to miss that 28% reduction goal. NDEP is projecting we'll be at 21.4%. And then if you look at the 2030 goal, the gap is bigger. And right here, if you look at this gap here, it's about 11 million metric tons. The goal is 45% reduction from 2005. And the projection is we'll only be at 22.7. So basically pretty much flat line, not showing a lot of gain or in progress from now until the end of the decade. Now if you look at the breakout, showing continued decline in electricity generation emissions, but by the same token, you're showing as an increasing population, you're showing an increase in transportation emissions, increase in industrial emissions, and those have a lot to do with the fluorinated gases used for refrigerants. And then residential and commercial, a little gain there. So the continued gain in electricity under current policy is being offset by gains in these other sectors. And so I personally think that NDEP, I understand why they're doing it. I describe it as a show me attitude. We're saying, we're not going to be pie-eyed optimists here about what might happen. But I personally think that we can do a lot better than what NDEP is projecting these most recent projections. I think there's several million metric tons of further emission reductions we can receive in the electricity sector by 2030. And then for those who attended the conference yesterday, which is all about transportation electrification, I think there's certainly opportunity. How can I, in one click, move forward some slides? That's a talent. Anyway, there's certainly opportunity if you look at this line here, as we transition to electric vehicles, to have that line go that decline on the transportation that, I promise, is the end of my slides here. But the remaining slides really are a look back at what was accomplished in the 2021 session, and I'm happy to provide those. It's sort of a summary of SB 448 and some other issues that were addressed in the last couple of years. I'm happy to provide that for anyone interested. But to your question, I don't think the sense of urgency is misplaced. I think that obviously I certainly recognize, I think WRA recognizes, the environmental community recognize. There are alarmists in if you're looking at a broad group, there are going to be alarmists who are saying the house is on fire. I certainly recognize, having worked in this arena for a long time, that it's a transition. Transitions don't happen overnight. You have to be deliberative. You have to be thoughtful as to what you're doing, so you don't make missteps that actually hurt your cause rather than help it.
Well, thank you very much. And, by the way, please welcome State Senator Pat Spearman. Please come and join us. This is great. We have three of my favorite senators here, so this is...
I'm one of three favorites.
Well, I have other favorites, but I mean, you are three of my definite favorites. Because when I call you, show up for my program, so that's really important. So if I may make a comparison between economic development, or redevelopment, should we say, for a city. I remember asking several years ago the economic development officer for the city of Reno how long it would take for economic development to work in the city of Reno. And he said 30 years. And 30 years later, yeah, that's how long it took. So when I see a number that says 6 years, it just makes me nervous. And especially, and for my political friends here, they're going to be in office for 12 years, maybe 24 years if they serve in both houses. And so if they make decisions that are rushing things, then there could be great costs to people that will be affecting folks long after they are out of office. And it's more on governor levels, I think, that is a conversation. But, in the last session, and I'm going to start with Senator Lang, if I may. In the last session, we saw the brouhaha that came up over the idea of getting rid of natural gas in the state. Senator Cohen's bill drew a lot of attention, and not a lot of it positive. There was a huge blowback. On an international level, you see China, you see India, you see Pakistan, all saying the United States had its industrial revolution in the 1900s. It's now their turn to have an industrial revolution. We may not be burning coal, but they're burning coal over there. They're taking all the coal they can. So as a legislator, you have to balance all of these things, the good of the community health-wise, but also the cost to the community. And if you want to get reelected, you have to really balance those things out. So I give the floor to you.
Yeah, interesting. I don't ever think about getting reelected. I always think what I can do to make things better for people in Nevada. And I think that gas bill was a tough bill because for so many years the push was to move everyone to gas. And we have so many people using gas in their homes, gas for their heat, gas for their washing machine or dryers, gas for their stoves. And when we had to deal with that bill, I remember, it's hard to think back 2 years, but I do remember thinking about, how we would need to have a transition. And when you talk about 30 years and someone says 6 years, there is a transition to everything that we have to do. And so I think having a plan and working that plan, and I think it's difficult to come with a bill that wants you to change things overnight because it just can't happen that way. You affect a lot of people's lives in Nevada, and while the goal to have clean air is all everybody's goal, but how we get there is going to take some time. And so as I deal with legislation that comes before me, I always think about both sides of the coin And we know the long-term goal and what we want to have happen. But then to think about how we get there, it may take a little more time.
If I may just follow up briefly with you, Senator Reid, of course, pushed very hard for NV Energy to get rid of their coal-fired plants and replace them with gas-fired plants. On Nevada Newsmakers, Doug Cannon, the head of NV Energy, was saying that the cost of stranded assets, power plants that had been put into use but had not been paid for yet, would put a great cost onto Nevadans. And he also, even though as an electric company, they would benefit from things going all electric, that he was concerned about the costs. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think that's part and parcel to what I'm saying, is you can't make those transitions overnight. It takes time, and there are lots of factors involved. And while we all sit here and we want it to happen tomorrow, it just can't happen tomorrow, and it's just going to take more time.
Senator Harris, let's talk about infrastructure. So
Your favorite.
we want to see, you know, and I am actually going to pick up an electric car next week. So I'm very excited. I've been waiting a long time.
Are you gonna tell us what brand?
Well, it's 3 letters. I spell it, but I have difficulty with that. But I think they're BMW, I think.
Oh, got it. Okay.
But one of the things that, well, a couple of the things that concern me is charging infrastructure. I joked with Doug Cannon from MV Energy about whether they were going to get into the mini-mart business, because normally people go and gas their cars at mini-marts. If you have 50 pumps at a Costco, you're going to need 150 pumps of electric charging, and we're putting in one here and one there and one there. He said they're not interested in the mini-mart business, but how fast could we get that kind of infrastructure up, and who's going to pay for it?
I don't know if that's the kind of infrastructure that we want or need. If you have an electric vehicle, you're gonna be charging overnight at home as long as you remember to plug in. So this idea that folks will simply replace gas station activity with electric vehicle charging activity, almost in kind of this one-for-one way, I don't think that's how it's gonna actually go down, right? So there are going to be folks who don't have the ability to charge at home, right? So we put some at their workstations as well. You know, in the Southern Nevada office of the Public Utilities Commission, there are charging stations that are free, or at least they used to be. And this was, I don't know, 4 years ago now at the very least. How long have they been, anybody? How long have they been there? 5 years? Something like that. Anne? She knows. Okay, she used to plug in. So I imagine that's what we're going to see, right? It's not going to look like on every corner or on 3 sides of your 4-side intersection, you're gonna have a charging station of some different brand that you can plug into and sit there and, you know, do your work while your car charges. I don't imagine that that's going to be the main way we work. So I think NV Energy, the Public Utilities Commission, lots of folks across the country are thinking about what does that charging infrastructure need to look like. And I think it's really interesting, actually, that you have bought an electric vehicle, and that's something that you're looking for, right? Now we're talking a chicken and an egg problem that we have as well. Are people only going to feel comfortable getting an electric vehicle once they see it, like charging stations on every corner? Right? Is that the only, because we may not get there, right? But we can see charging stations in everyone's home, right? We can see charging stations at workplaces, and ideally as that continues to grow, people will feel more comfortable jumping in, and that range anxiety and all of those other issues can subside a bit.
Do you have concerns that the mini-mart industry, which is huge, would suffer losses because of not being the place that you get your charge?
No. I very youthful, I'm very young, but I'm old enough to remember driving up to like those little like photo development booths right? Dropping off my roll. Those people don't have jobs anymore either, right? I mean, people used to work at Blockbuster. I had a Blockbuster card. That was my jam. None of those people work there anymore either, right? So we have seen time and time again, always with trepidation, industries kind of come and go, right? Unemployment rates at like 3.4% now across the country. And, you know, we've lost retail jobs, and Kmart's are out of business. And I mean, so I don't know what the answer will be, but I'm confident our society will be able to absorb all of the people who used to work at the Chevron Miracle Mile.
Senator Spearman, California has been a leader in looking to alternative energy, and yet at the same time, when it gets to be summertime and the air conditioners are going, especially in southern Nevada where it gets to be very warm in the summertime, they're having problems keeping up with the power. And then Nevada plays a role in trying to help California keep up with the power, which then brings problems to Nevada. If we make this transition to energy that's electric rather than gasoline, do you have concerns that the infrastructure is not ready at this point in time, and probably won't be for quite a long time, especially as California has so many restrictions on development?
So thank you for the question, and I just want to piggyback on the comments of my esteemed colleagues. Can I see the hands of everybody who has a cell phone? Just raise your hand. Everyone who has a tablet. No, keep your hand up. Everyone who has a tablet, raise your other hand. All right. Anybody have a smart TV? We ran out of hands. Right. So here's my point. My point is we're only talking about electrification, and it's electrification or natural gas. And I think that's a false choice. And it's a false choice because we cannot build a grid big enough to carry all of this. And every time we turn around, something else is being electrified. Something else that we used to use manually, it's electrification. And so I reject the notion that it's either electrification or natural gas, because there is another alternative out there, and we talked about this in one of the sessions, breakout sessions yesterday, and that's hydrogen. When we stop and we think about, you know, where we're going with clean and renewable energy, one of the conversations that I've been pushing since I've been in the legislature, and those of you who followed me since 2013, every session, I've said we've got to look at all of our resources here in Nevada, and we've got to develop them, because if we only focus on one, we will be at the same place where the country was in 1973 with OPEC. Because just as soon as somebody shuts something down, now we're at their mercy. And so we have hydrogen that is available to us. We're not even talking about that. We're talking about electrifying the highways. We're talking about, I heard Senator Harris talk about, where we're going to plug in, and that's good. But you know what? The other thing is there's some people who live in apartments, and they're never going to be able to plug in. There are some senior citizens who live in senior housing, and they won't be able to plug in. So when we start talking about hydrogen, hydrogen is an equalizer, because you can fill up with hydrogen the same way you do with gasoline. I drove from Sacramento. I didn't drive, I was riding, but I rode from Sacramento to Cupertino, California, and there were hydrogen fueling stations all along the way. A company, 501c3, I think it's Green Tech in Sacramento, started passing out or started loaning hydrogen fuel cell cars to nonprofits so that they could begin to drive them, tell us what you think, tell us what's wrong, tell us everything. And so now more and more people are starting to become comfortable with that, because when hydrogen first came on the scene, people used to think 1969 Pinto, and it's going to blow up. It's going to be the Hindenburg, but that's not it. And so what I'm encouraging us to do is quit focusing solely on one aspect of clean energy. We cannot do that. We've got to look at hydrogen. We've got to look at wind. We've got to look at geothermal. Anybody in the north that's not talking about geothermal, you're doing your constituents a very great disservice, because we have more geothermal here than anyone else. The only place that has more geothermal is California. And so talking about clean and renewable energy, there are a lot of options here. A lot of options, and if we don't start looking at them, we passed a bill in, was it 2019? It was 2019. We're supposed to be 50% by 2030.
Yeah, that's it.
And so, unfortunately, Nevada has not caught up to the 21st century because we still have every other year in terms of legislative activity. And I'm very intentional when I say that, okay? So we've got this session, 23. Most of the BDRs are gone. There'll be a couple more that people will get, after session starts, but most of the BDRs are gone. So for the most part, if we're going to talk about how we're going to get there, we're only talking about 25 and we're talking about 27. Because God help us if we don't have something by that time. When we come back in 29, it'll be almost too late. And so the fact that we are hampered by this draconian notion that it's okay to meet every other year has further hamstrung us from getting to the place where we can be a leader in clean and renewable energy. Everything that people are talking about all around the world, Nevada has it right here. We have it right here. And if we don't take use of that, if we don't take the opportunity to take use of that, and we're only talking about, well, we got the infrastructure dollars, and now what we're going to do is we're going to electrify the highway. Great. But you cannot build a grid big enough to take care of all of that. And even if we could, and let me put my military hat on. Even if we could, you wouldn't want it because it would be a sitting target for the bad guys who are already probing the grids that we have right now. In 2017, we had a bill, and I know we passed it. I'm not sure exactly how far along we've gotten, but is to begin to use more DG, distributed generation, because as long as you have one big thing sitting out there, it is a target. And those of you who remember I think it was a couple of months ago, there was a city, I want to say it was in Pennsylvania, but they went dark because someone attacked the grid with a rifle. Imagine that. And so we're only focusing on electrification, and that will make us comfortable in some ways, but in a lot of other ways, it will make us very vulnerable. So when I look at the discussion about clean and renewable energy, I see it from an economic development standpoint, because for every one job that you have in clean and renewable energy, there's 10 others that you will have. Senator Harris talked about, Blockbuster and the people that used to do all those other things, typewriters. Anybody remember having to make sure that you had a quarter when you went on a date so you could make a phone call? Anybody? Yeah, okay, I know how old y'all are. Anyway, so when you stop and talk about that, I asked somebody a couple of years ago, said, what's the average age of the workers in your union? And they said to me, 47. I said, I said, so y'all ought to be joining me talking about creating a new workforce development around clean energy. Because that 47-year-old, if they get laid off and they're 47, their next birthday, they're 48, and then they go out and try to find a job, they can apply for a job that they're fully qualified, and this is God's truth. They're fully qualified for, but a 25-year-old walks in behind them, guess who's going to get hired? And so we are doing our constituents a great and grave disservice if we're not talking about clean and renewable energy and workforce development in the same breath. Because we can be doing that. I'm sorry, I went on. I'm excited about this.
No one has ever thought of you going on. Come on. That's why we love you coming on to these panels, because I can ask one question and we're pretty much done. Okay, I'm just kidding. She's a friend. So I've got two quick questions. One, so are you going to push every year sessions?
I have, and every session, there have been a group of us that have been doing it, and there'll be another bill for annual sessions again this time, and I'm going to encourage you all to make us do it. Okay, I don't benefit from it. I do not benefit from it at all. I'm termed out in 24. But we've got to have annual sessions, because once we sine die at the end of May or the beginning of June, whatever's broken, we can't fix for 18 months. And when you start talking about where we need to be with clean renewable energy, people are passing us by.
Okay, Senator, let me ask you one other quick question, please.
Quick answer.
Is, if we don't get all this done by 2029, what is going to be the result in 2030? What's the negative result you're saying that can't be resolved by, say, 2035?
I think there's a cost of lost opportunity. Lost opportunity not just in terms of keeping in the pack, but even moving ahead of the pack, there's an opportunity, a cost of lost opportunity with workforce development. So in 29, those who are in the legislature will have to be looking around and saying, are we there yet? And my guess is that no, and so there'll have to be another bill to extend that out. But if we're not serious about talking about all of the resources that we have, all we're going to do is just extend it out, extend it out, extend it out, and we're never going to get there. Are we there yet? No. What year is it? 2050. Are we going to get there?
All right. Thank you, Senator. Robert, let me ask you, stability of the grid, which Senator Spearman just brought up. There is a lot of concern. I mean, we have seen issues with this, over the last couple of decades. It doesn't look like we're getting close to having a grid that can handle all that we're expecting of it in the coming years.
Yeah, I would say that, can you hear me? Is this working? Yeah, I would say that the stability of the grid issues really are primarily driven by climate change. So, and that's really if you look at the Western Interconnection, Nevada's on the Western Interconnection. There are 3 in the U.S., but we're on the Western Interconnection that basically goes from Colorado to the west. The stress incidents on the grid have occurred during these summer heat waves that are west-wide, from Olympia, Washington down to southern Arizona. And so the ability of one state to help another state out by shifting generation where needed is limited. And so, but I think those are problems that can be resolved, will be resolved. One of the issues we have in Nevada, and actually on the whole Western Interconnection, is that our neighbor to the west, California, is responsible for 40% of the electric demand on the whole Western Interconnection. And they have had some difficulties, really, with shutting down units. You saw recently, if you follow the news, that Governor Newsom was asked to extend the life of Diablo Canyon, the big nuclear plant that PG&E has, I believe, because they were concerned about the ability to meet summer peak. But what we're talking about really on the stability of the grid is, at least as far as having enough generation to meet demand on the Western Interconnection, is these high summer heat rates. I mean, the whole Western Interconnection is a summer peaking area. And so you're talking about exposure in June, July, August, now September. Rest of the year, we have plenty of capacity to meet demand. Trust me, in Nevada, there's more than enough capacity to meet demand. Now, there's another. Now, that's true of any technology we look at, really. And there have been terrorist attacks. The first one was in California. John Wellinghoff, Nevada's first consumer advocate, would you remember, who went on to become the chairman of FERC, was on 60 Minutes talking about it. This year, we've had terrorist attacks in North Carolina, in Washington, I believe it was Tacoma, and then most recently in southern Nevada, where there was an attack. I don't think that was a terrorist attack. I think that was a crazed individual attack on MGM solar facility. Yeah, there's no perfect technology to avoid that. And but as far as this energy transition that we're seeing that's underway, from reliance on fossil fuels to reliance on renewable resources or zero carbon resources, such as nuclear in other parts of the country. I don't think it's a good fit for Nevada for many reasons. Yeah, I don't think that transition is threatening the stability of the grid. I think what's threatening the reliability of the grid is really the biggest drivers are climate change. And candidly, you know what? I've lived in Nevada since 1976. There's far more danger of losing power because of incidents on the distribution grid. And we had a great instance in early January where NV Energy up here lost 70,000 customers at one point because of that heavy snowfall breaking tree limbs all over the city. So that's where I've seen, at least in my residence, I've seen a lot more outages from local outages caused by problems on the local distribution grid as compared to the electric generation side or the bulk transmission side.
Senator Lang, there's an irony that is occurring and has been for the last few years here in Nevada, which is over lithium mining. We're told that lithium is something that we need desperately. We don't want to be buying it from China and other unfriendly countries. We have one of the largest deposits of lithium in the world up at Thacker Pass, north of Winnemucca. We also have a huge deposit down near Silver Peak with Ioneer. Both have picked up contracts dependent on all the legal issues being solved. GM and others are going to absorb all of this for renewable energy batteries for their cars. But at the same time, environmentalists, certain groups at least, are doing everything they can to stop these mines going forward. And yet, the Department of Defense says that this is a matter of national security. Where do you sit on all this?
I say you asked me a hot question.
What? It's softballs. You heard the introduction.
Look, I am very concerned about our environment, and the lithium mines bring some concern to me, as they should all Nevadans. I understand both sides. I just think there's more work to be done. Yeah, I'm not ready to jump off and say, let's go do it. I think we have to look at the environmental concerns and take a look at them seriously as we move forward.
Well, for example, there's one particular group, and I'm not going to go into names because most of you already know the names, but Team's Buckwheat was a buckwheat that nobody had even heard of until the mine was announced, and this particular center went out looking for something to be able to stop the mine. The person, Jerry Team, who actually discovered this wildflower, is a 40-year friend of mine, and he's not a political person at all. He goes out in the desert and looks for wildflowers, and has several named after him. But the environmental groups went looking after the mine was declared. So how do we move forward if every time we take a step forward, we're forced to take 100 steps backward through the legal system because environmental groups are finding any reason not to do something that I think pretty much everybody in this panel says we desperately need to do?
I think that we always want to move forward, and we know what we need in our country to be able to move forward. But I think we have to look at the big picture, and I do think sometimes groups come forward and they come up with small issues, which would be small to maybe me, large to them, but we have to weigh all that out. And I think we have to give, that's one of the great things about America, is we give everyone an opportunity to have a voice. And so I think they have to have their voice, and we have to go through the process, and hopefully we can come to a good resolution so that we can move forward.
Senator Harris, you know, the mining industry has changed dramatically over the last 30, 40 years. Problems that occurred back then appear to be cleaned up, and that mining is very well aware that they have to be environmentally friendly. Ioneer, for example, near Silver Peak, is doing everything they possibly can to preserve Team's buckwheat, working with UNR and all the other things that they've been doing. What are your concerns on this level, you know, in terms of mining in general, because it's still our second biggest industry?
You know, I am a big fan of just good old cost-benefit analysis, and that's kind of what we need here, right? What are the uses of what's coming out of the ground? What is the value? What is the likely that the land can be restored within something that we can all feel is acceptable? What is the opportunity cost on not mining these materials versus leaving the land and letting it sit and grow? What almost value, right? And this is the hardest part. What value do we place on the environment? And these random wildflowers that we don't even know names of yet, right? Like, what value do we as a society place on how important it is to let some of that lie and let nature be, right? Versus the dangers, of course, of mining that we are all very familiar with. And so that is a calculation that is too large for me to do in my itty-bitty brain. But it's something I think we juggle with in actually all policy decisions that we make. And, you know, I'd be a fool to say that mining has not given a lot to this state, right? So there is clearly value, but I think there's just as clear some costs.
Senator Spearman, you were also a pastor as well as being somebody who dabbles in politics over these years. You know, in the Bible, you know, you had Noah's Ark, and they put in 2 of everything so it would be preserved. We have seed banks all over the world. It's not just in one location now. Isn't that something we should be looking toward, is banking seeds so we don't lose species, but at the same time, when, like I said earlier, the Department of Defense says that these are critical needs for these minerals like lithium, that we need to move forward if we're going to have this electric future that we're hoping for when lithium plays such an important part. And by the way, the Mining Association, Tyree Gray said on the program, that that's just one of the issues with mining. That is not the biggest issue with mining. But your thoughts on the lithium side of it?
So yeah, I think we've come far enough along with respect to research and understanding how we can preserve whatever, that we can do that. Our biggest challenge is, are we willing to have the tough conversations? Are we willing to come together and say, this is good, and someone says, well, I don't think that's so good. Well, why? And then have those conversations and just kind of hammer it out. I'm going to direct everybody, please look up this organization, Center for Naval Analysis. Center for Naval Analysis. Some of you...
Gotta use both.
Oh, gotta use both. My bad. Okay, so some of you all may remember in 2017 when we were pushing all the energy bills through, Rear Admiral retired Gunn came and spoke. And another person that I had worked with who commanded the Mediterranean Fleet came and spoke and talked about how vulnerable the country was in terms of national security and renewable energy and all of the things that are associated with that. Center for Naval Analysis, there is a white paper that they did, Countering Chinese and Russian Alliance Wedge Strategies. China and Russia. Both of them have something that we need, and we get about 90% of our lithium from China. And I don't know of anything that's on my cell phone that we have complete control over in terms of resource. When you speak about that, there has to be a balance, but again, we have to talk about these things within the context of what is the cost benefit? And what can we do to mitigate or eliminate whatever the threats are environmentally? But if everybody just says, this is my position and I'm not changing, okay. How many of you all remember when President Biden went to China to talk about, you know, what they were doing in Paris, and China says, go pound sand. And people are like, well, this is the United States. He should have said so. I said, no, he shouldn't. Well, why? I said, no, he shouldn't. Because just like that, they can shut down lithium, and we will not have any more iPhones until we make up with them. And that's the truth. And it's not just the lithium battery, but it's this screen that allows us to touch and move stuff around. That comes from them too. And so the tough conversations are what we have to have. And there's no black and white answer. The answer to this question will not fit on a bumper sticker, okay? And this revolution will be televised. It will be televised. And so what I'm encouraging everyone to do, not just those of us in the legislature, but everyone, figure out how we make sure that we are not as vulnerable now or in the future as we are now. Center for Naval Analysis. Center for Naval Analysis. Go there, and it's the people that write those papers are retired general or flag officers. And that's all they do. And they do that as a result of what they did in the military. Just as I was leaving the Pentagon in 2006, they were standing up in every branch of the military. The Army had one, the Navy, and even though the Marines are with the Navy, but the Navy had one, Coast Guard had one, Air Force had one. And now the Space Force has one. And the one thing that I'm talking about is an Office of Energy that looks at where we are now, where we need to be, and how we get there. And so when you start talking about strategic and tough conversations, if we don't have those, we got nothing. I mean, we got nothing. And so who's right? Environmentalists? Yeah. Who's right? Those people that say, well, let's go. Yeah. But you know what? There is something in the middle. Because the other thing that we depend on a lot is AI. And most of that the intellectual properties in AI, coming over here, I knew where, the Innevation Center, I didn't know how to get here, so I put it in my phone. And this lady talks to me, turn right at the light, go 2.5 miles, all right. And she says something I don't like, no, I'm not going that way, and I'm talking to the phone, no, okay, so there are a lot of things right now that we have become accustomed to, but we are not in charge of. And unless we're willing to have the tough conversations, 3 to 5 years from now, not 10 years, 3 to 5 years from now, we will be at the mercy of the bad guys. And that's the truth.
I've gotten a chance to interview Admiral Gunn several times, and some of the things he says really make you think seriously about where we are. Robert, one of the things that I've talked to him about was what happens in Las Vegas if you have a power failure when you've got 300,000 tourists in town in high-rise hotels, you've got 2 million people plus living in the Las Vegas Valley, and the electricity isn't working. Your scenario.
Well, and that's an electric utilities and a public utility commission's worst nightmare.
Well, and you used to be with the PUC.
I did spend 6 years there, way back when. That's the utilities' worst nightmare, and there's a lot of planning that goes in at the national, regional, state level to make sure that doesn't happen. But there are no guarantees, right? But what happens is you have to basically do a black start of the grid, and it's a long, tedious process. And so what usually happens is that to avoid having the whole grid go down, you start rolling blackouts. And California saw that a little bit in 2020 when they had this west-wide heat wave. But yeah, it's something to be avoided. That's not anything new. We had a whole western blackout in early aughts, I believe it was, on the West Coast. Several states affected. It wasn't a complete blackout, but it was pretty severe, and it was all caused by an intertie between the Pacific Northwest and California going out. So it's sort of cascading effect. So it can happen. I mean, there was a famous one in New York, but believe me, there's a lot of planning going into that by the National Electric Reliability Corporation. That's their charge. We have the Western Electricity Coordinating Council, which is for our region. That's their responsibility. And then we have the responsibility of the Public Utilities Commission and NV Energy to make sure it doesn't happen. But as to what happens, it's just a bad scene, disaster. And it has happened in the past in the U.S. It happened in New York, a famous blackout, I believe it was in the 60s. So.
Yes, and the pregnancy rate went up, which was amazing. I spoke to Doug Cannon from NV Energy when the Ukraine war was just beginning, and we had concerns about attacks on the grid. And I said, what happens if Nevada is shut down? And he said that in the worst possible case scenario, we had coal-fired plants that could be restarted, but that would take weeks to get those back up. And for those of us that have experienced any kind of power failure in the last few years, and you thought your cell phone was going to run out of juice, I just can't imagine what that scenario would be over a period of weeks.
Just following up on that, NV Energy still does have about 500 megawatts of coal, half owned by Idaho Power at Valmy. But that's the last coal plant, but that would be nowhere near enough to make up for any, losing all their other generation.
He was talking about if everything went out, that you would have to restart plants that have been decommissioned.
Well, I'm just saying I don't think you can do that. Reed Gardner, you can't go start Reed Gardner. At least to the best of my knowledge. They're in the process of decommissioning that plant well along. And the only other one in their fleet is North Valmy, which is still in operation.
Right, right. All right, so let's take a look at the future and hopefully be optimistic about it here. Senator Lang, go out 10 years and tell me what you see in Nevada as far as renewable energy and its benefits or detriments to the state.
No, I think it'll be very beneficial. We are lucky to live in a state with a lot of sun, a lot of wind, and we have lots of opportunity. And I see a bright future for us in renewable energy. And 10 years out, every time I get a new car, I tell my husband, now's the day I'm getting the electric car. And we'll go, wait 2 more years. In 2 more years, it'll be just that much better, But, maybe I'll get, I know at the legislature last session, Toyota came and they showed us a prototype of one of their cars that they're using in California. And it just blew me away. It's like, I want that car. You can't drive it here in Nevada because we don't have the stations that need to fuel it. But, it's just amazing what the auto industry is doing with vehicles moving forward. And I know you had a lot of conversation about that yesterday. But my dad was in the auto business, so I get really excited about those changes. I see our houses being very different. How we have smart TVs, we're going to have smart houses. And, I think that as hard as change is for people, I think everybody's ready for change because we want to protect the environment. We want to make sure that we have a long life on this planet, and we're getting to see firsthand what's happening because we haven't been smart about it. And it's never too late to change course, and I think that people really want to do that, and I think in 10 years we have a bright future.
Okay, Senator Harris, you were nodding there. Do you want to add to what was said?
I just always agree with everything Senator Lang says.
It's a wise move, I've learned.
Yeah. Have any of you all seen the movie Don't Look Up? Do any of you all also feel like you're participating in a panel that could have been in that movie right now? Because that's kind of how I feel, right? Personally, I think we should have taken bold action 40 years ago, right? President Carter had, do you guys remember this? He had solar panels on the White House, right? And Reagan came in and first thing he did was take those off. Imagine if that wasn't the case and that type of thing had kind of caught on and we had made some of these investments that we're making now then, right? Imagine if Florida didn't have the hanging Chad and Al Gore had been president and we had made some of those investments then, right? I think we're behind. I have no doubt actually in my mind that we have just got to keep pushing or we are in trouble. The scientists have told us the asteroid is coming. And right now it's it's still sunny outside, right? I'm serious. I feel like that's a little bit of how we actually operate and think here. And what 10 years looks like, I think, is really going to largely depend on who the president is in the next 4 years, who the leaders are in other parts of the world. Do we get another big investment in climate infrastructure, in transportation, electrification, in all different types of renewable energies? Or do we sit and keep talking and wonder about, gas stoves and are we coming for them, right? If that continues to be where we are, I think we have two very different futures ahead of us.
Senator Spearman, don't you think that the public has voted in favor of clean energy? They may not specifically know what it means, they may not specifically know what the cost is going to be, but business has already picked up on that. As I mentioned earlier, the investments from GM in the lithium mine in northern Nevada, Tesla's increasing investment in the state of Nevada. What's your thoughts on the fact, or I shouldn't say the fact, but the idea that the public has already accepted and has joined in with this, and business is doing the natural thing, which is following the money?
Well, and I think business is ahead, but I have to go back to what I said before. And let me be clear about this. The conversations that we are having around clean and renewable energy or protecting the environment is a false choice. We can figure this out, but everybody's going to have to be committed to figuring it out. Does anybody remember when Yasser Arafat got very, very ill back in 04, 05, got very, very ill? Did the Middle East go up? Did it, start fighting and et cetera, et cetera? Did that happen? You know why? Because we'd already planned for it. When I was stationed at the Pentagon, I had all of Europe and all of Africa except the Horn, of which Palestine was part of my portfolio. And before the doctors made the diagnosis public, we were already working on a plan. If he dies, this is what we're going to do. How are we going to get the non-combatants out? How many people remember when there was a civil war in Liberia? Do you remember hearing about that? It was like that, right? Started and it stopped. It's because we had a plan for it. And I was ahead of the team that planned for that. Anybody remember when Greece, when the currency in Greece, went to hell in a handbasket? And that was the same year that we were going to have the Olympics in Greece. Did they go off all right? Yep. You know why? Because we planned for that. And in our meetings, long before we had Zoom meetings here, that's how I talked to the combatant commanders in Europe. In 2003, 4, and 5, a Zoom meeting. And so the military has already made some plans, and that's why I directed everybody to the Center for Naval Analysis. There are some things right now that the military has already put in place and the military has already perfected that we don't usually know about, okay? But when we start having the tough conversations, we can discover some of the areas in which the military has already done the work. Department of Defense has already done the work. Some of you have heard me tell the story about when I was a second lieutenant in Daegu, Korea, South Korea, by the way, when I was there. And there was a piece of equipment that I couldn't see because I didn't have a top secret clearance. All I had was a secret clearance. It was 1978. I couldn't see the equipment, and the equipment was a fax machine. Okay? And so that's funny now, but then I couldn't see it. But it was something that the military was using. When I was in Korea, stationed in Korea again in 1995, there was this electronic something or other that they kept talking about, and I had to wait for my TS, my top secret clearance, to come back in before I could even be introduced to it and learn how to work it. It was the internet. And so the tough conversations have got to happen in the civilian world. And I believe that businesses are already picking up on it because businesses are looking at the bottom line. But we have got to stop being entrenched in the ideas that we have, that we come to the table with, and say, let's have an open, honest, serious, and really, really tough conversation about how we do this. Because as long as we bury our heads in the sand, it's not going to go away. So 10 years from now, if we start having the tough conversations right now, and there's some things that we need to be doing in the legislature, make us do them. The first call that I got when the bill was introduced about doing away with natural gas was not anybody in business, was not anyone in the environmental community. It was a pastor who said to me, what are you all doing? None of my people can go out and do this already. They don't have the money to convert, and even those who are renting, if the landlords convert, then their rent is going to go up. That was the first call that I got. And we had a long conversation, and it's, well, what are you going to do? I said, I don't know. I think it's making its way through, and we're going to have to talk about it. Well, you know, you all need to consider poor people. Got it. It's a tough conversation. Tough conversation. We got to have them. We got to have them.
A quick answer, if you could. Is there anything from the military that you could share with us that perhaps this audience is not aware of at this point?
No.
Come on. I won't say a word, I promise.
I know. I just, you know, let me just say, so when I was at the Pentagon, there are a lot of things that I know from there that I will never talk about. Never, ever talk about. I will go to my grave with them. And when God asks me what happened, I'm going to say, if you weren't there, I can't tell you. Okay? But I will say a lot of the things that we're talking about right now with respect to clean and renewable energy, there are some of the renewable energy labs around the country that are working with Department of Defense that we would do well by partnering with them. I was fortunate enough to go through the senior leadership course at the National Renewable Energy Lab in Colorado. And if you've never been, I would encourage you, you have to be selected for it, so it's a competitive spot. But I would encourage you to do that. They know a lot more than even I know now, and it would benefit us greatly if we had partnerships with them. I went through that course in 2016, and I drove a hydrogen fuel cell vehicle from every major manufacturer, the prototype. And every major manufacturer, automobile manufacturer in the world now has a hydrogen fuel prototype. One of the things we could do in the next 10 years is not just get excited when Tesla talks about batteries. Why don't we get excited about putting an automobile manufacturing plant in Nevada? How about that?
Well, we've got a truck manufacturing plant that is just coming online.
I got it. But how about taking that further? And what I'm saying is, let's push the envelope. And when I was in Korea, the last time I was there, I had a BMW. It was called Beats Me Walking. It was a hoopty.
Robert, in another conversation that I had with Doug Cannon from NV Energy, we talked about nuclear power. And, you know, people are so scared because of the media and 3 Mile Island and Chernobyl and what happened in Fukushima, that nobody in this country wants to talk about nuclear power. I said, can't we, through marketing, rebrand it? And he said, fusion. What opportunities do you see potentially for fusion in the state of Nevada?
Interesting question. I don't know if I have any knowledge to answer that. I think fusion is way off, candidly. It's a next decade problem, and I spend most of my life worrying about what progress we can make this decade. Really what we're looking at here is, and I'm just looking at here, the Inflation Reduction Act is a game changer on the cost of renewable energy. The prices are, you know, the projected prices, NextEra, one of the largest utilities in the country, in a presentation last November was saying near firm wind, and this is wind backed up by 4 hours of storage, meaning it's available to meet peak demand in the evenings, $14 to $21 per megawatt hour, or 1.4 to 2.1 cents per megawatt hour. Same thing for near firm solar, 1.7 to 2.4 cents per megawatt hour, per kilowatt hour. And that's lower than the running cost, just the running costs of natural gas, nuclear, existing coal, way cheaper than new natural gas. And so what we do need to back up those intermittent resources, and for summer peak, which we're looking at in Nevada and the whole Southwest, solar backed up by battery storage works very, very well. Because why do we have peak demand? Because it's sunny and it's hot. When it's sunny and it's hot, you have a lot of solar production. And with storage, you can save that solar in the morning to meet peak demand in the evening. And that's why you're seeing a lot of it develop. Now, we do need firm resources to back up the intermittent resources. Right now, we're dependent on natural gas in Nevada, and that's going to be true through the end of 2030, certainly. I don't know beyond. What are we going to use?
You think that it could be gone by the end of 2030?
It's going to go beyond, but it's going to diminish the kilowatt hours generated with natural gas are going to diminish, not just in Nevada, but throughout the whole Western interconnection as we go forward towards 2030. But it'll probably go beyond, but for sure, But I hesitate to make predictions. I look back 10 years ago, and the price of solar PV and the price of battery storage. I would have been ecstatic if someone had told me that we are going to be where we are now on deployment and costs. And so, a good example, 2017, the legislature passed a bill for the Public Utilities Commission to look at energy storage. Should we have storage procurement targets? And after a couple of year and a half of investigations and hearings, workshops, the commission said, yeah, let 800 megawatts of storage by 2030. We're already close to 2,000 online or in the pipeline. My guess, more likely we'll see 3,000 to 4,000 megawatts of energy storage in Nevada by 2030. I would not be surprised at those numbers. And so things have happened so fast. Now as far as nuclear, what's going to back up the intermittent resources? What's going to replace natural gas? There are a lot of technologies a lot of work being done there. You have hydrogen. Los Angeles Department of Water and Power sort of making a big bet on hydrogen at this point to store hydrogen and use it in their natural gas as generation plants, mix it in and then gradually transition to 100% hydrogen. You have nuclear, and then you have carbon capture and storage technology where you're still burning fossil fuels. The one that jumps out in Nevada is geothermal, because that's a year-round, 8,716 hour year resource. And that's why I don't, as a Nevadan, I don't spend time talking about nuclear, because I don't think, candidly, I don't think in Nevada it will ever be cost competitive with geothermal. There's a Nucor is doing a small modular reactor, just as an example, and the utility, it's called UAMPS, it's Utah Association of Municipal Utilities in Utah and Idaho, maybe another state. They're looking at this first small modular reactor. The pricing was supposed to be at $55 per megawatt hour. Then it was $59 per megawatt hour. Last I saw it was $87 per megawatt hour. By comparison, the last 3 geothermal projects that NV Energy has brought forward to the commission, one last year was $59 per megawatt hour. There are 2 pending right now in front of the commission, $69 per megawatt hour, $70 per megawatt hour. So, that's for a whole variety of reasons, but just on cost competitiveness, I don't think nuclear makes sense for Nevada for that firm, dispatchable resources that is always available to support the grid.
Senator Lang, Southwest Gas in the last session said that they want to be a part of the solution, not just a part of the problem. Do you think there's an opportunity for them to be that?
I think you should always bring everyone to the table, and I think they can be part of the solution. It's just like when I have a bill, I bring everyone, even the people that are against the bill, I bring together to have a conversation, because that's how you get a really good bill, by having all that input. So I think they should be at the table and be part of the conversation.
And let's now move to Senator Harris. So what legislation do you think is going to be brought up at this session concerning renewable energy?
Well, I'm sitting next to 2 people who have bill drafts in that are going to be coming before my committee, Growth and Infrastructure, in the Senate. And so I don't want to step on, some of their legislative plans. I will say that as chair, this is something that I will be focusing on and prioritizing. They don't know it yet, but I already have a plan to have conversations with them about what they're bringing. Because believe it or not, when they put in the BDR and its little description, that's all I know too. So, so I'll be reaching out to them, and we will be having these conversations. I know that there are, in fact, quite a few other legislators who are also focused on these types of things, like the other chair of Growth and Infrastructure in the Assembly, Assemblyman Howard Watts. And so I generally, at this point in my life, kind of take a captain's role as chair, and am not going to be bringing any individual pieces of legislation addressing energy specifically, but more trying to make sure that our state has some coordinated strategy that makes sense and that everyone's playing well together in the sandbox.
Senator Spearman, there's been conversation, I understand, between Rosemary Vasiliadis, the head of the Harry Reid Airport in Las Vegas, about Ivanpah, which will be the secondary airport for Las Vegas, and bringing some kind of bill to the legislature. Do you think this is an opportunity to utilize what will be a huge development as a way to show what we can do with renewable energy and renewable construction, because they're tied together, I think, in a lot of ways? How do you feel about that?
Short answer is yes. But
Okay.
can I elaborate on
You've
the
got
first
4
question?
minutes. Then they're going to cut me off.
No, I've got, so I do have a couple of bills for energy. A couple of them are focusing explicitly on hydrogen fuel cells. By 2035, the governor of California has said there will be no more internal combustible engines, new cars with internal combustible engines. We have Air Liquide, which is one of the largest hydrogen fueling developers in the world, who has a plant in North Las Vegas. They're going to make it and they're going to truck it to California. We also have opportunities, as Bob said, in geothermal. Some of you all may remember when I was in that documentary, the catchphrase for me was, we have more sunshine in Nevada than they got heat in hell, and it would be a sin if we didn't use it. And so it's that, it's geothermal, it's hydrogen, it's all of those things coming together. And the other bill that I'm going to bring back, this will be a third time, and I hope the third time is a charm. I think we need a technology and innovation task force. It won't cost us anything because you use people in industry. And in the Army, we call it leaning forward in the foxhole. Their sole responsibility is to look out and see what is happening and connect the dots and see where there are opportunities for Nevada to get ahead of the crowd and say, we can do this here. The whole meta technology slipped up on everybody, but we had an opportunity, still may have an opportunity to get involved in that. So the energy bills outright, yes, and then the technology and innovation task force. If any of you all can help me get that across the finish line, I certainly hope that you will. Thank you.
And just to go back for a second, because you just gave such a brief answer, the whole Ivanpah question, is that going to receive the support? Because there are some people in Clark County that are in favor and some that are very much against.
I'm always in favor of tough conversations.
Ah!
Always in favor of tough conversations.
We have such a terrific panel here. I want to thank everybody on the panel, Robert Johnston, Senator Pat Spearman, Senator Roberta Lang, and Senator Dallas Harris. Thank you all for a very fun discussion. I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
down a little bit because Anne brings so much experience that if I took the entire time, I could take the entire time to explain everything that's on her resume. So pardon Anne, but I cut it a little bit. Anne brings an amazingly broad and rich background to us today for this discussion. Anne currently directs the Government Affairs and Regulatory Administrative Law Practice at Sklar Williams. Her portfolio of experience and expertise includes energy, telecommunications, water, and transportation. And most recently, Anne served as the chairwoman of the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada, to which she was appointed by Governor Steve Sisolak following her original appointment by Governor Brian Sandoval. She represented Nevada on the Energy Imbalance Market Body of State Regulators and the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners Committees on Electricity and Water, and she led Nevada's entry into the Western States Joint Action Framework on Climate Change. Prior to joining the PUCN, Anne was special counsel and deputy AG for the Colorado River Commission's electric operations, where she led a multi-state legal team that passed federal legislation authorizing 50-year Hoover Power contracts and negotiated federal and state contracts for over 60 utilities and state and local governments and tribes. As attorney for the Nevada Governor's Office of Economic Development, Anne worked on Tesla and Apple transactions and on the creation of the Nevada Institute for Autonomous Systems. And just a point of privilege here on a personal note, one of the things I love the most about Anne and about the resume that she brings to this event today is the fact that she is a consummate believer in conflict resolution. And her experience demonstrates some of the ways that she's brought multi-parties together to try to find common ground and compromise. And with that, please join me in welcoming Anne Pongratz.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jeanette. I'm delighted to be here today, and we'll jump right into our program because we won't have enough time to have all the conversation we want to have with these 5 fabulous members of our panel. I'll start out by introducing the panelists, and then we're going to go directly into a 5-minute presentation by each of them. Somebody's giving a signal in the back.
We just want to hear everything you're saying, so please just keep the mic up. It's a little quiet back here. Thank you.
Okay. I appreciate the signal. Is this better?
And don't hide behind the computer box either.
Thank you, Mark, my husband. So we're going to have a 5-minute presentation by each of the presenters, and then we're going to have a conversation about some of the real-life challenges that they've had to deal with and maybe get some tips on how they have learned to deal with the obstacles that we're all dealing with as we try to move ourselves into a more green environment. We'll start out with Suzanne Groneman from the city of Reno. She is the Sustainability Program Manager at Reno. She's worked in energy, sustainability, and policy sector for over 10 years. Prior to that, commercial real estate, which I'm sure gives you a good background for dealing with complicated problems. Her objectives in her current position include planning and drafting of green building policies, identification of retrofit projects, seeking and managing grants, assisting with EV charging strategy and procurement, and implementing operational changes in the city's lead by example motto. Then we will go on to Jason Geddes. He works for the Washoe County School District as Energy and Sustainability Manager, where he works to develop, implement, and maintain energy conservation and sustainability programs. He's had a wealth of experience prior to joining the district, where he served as the Environmental Services Administrator for the City of Reno, served as a Senior Petroleum Chemist with Nevada Department of Agriculture and the Environmental Affairs Manager at UNR. And I'm not going to go into everybody's academic backgrounds because that would really, I mean, this is an impressive panel. We'd spend a lot of time on that. Then we have Dr. Poria Fajiri, who's an assistant professor with the Department of Electrical and Biomedical Engineering at UNR. He's the director of the Electric Drive Lab at UNR, an advisor for UNR's Society of Automotive Engineers Formula Electric team. Prior to this role, he was principal scientist at Toyota Research Institute of North America. His research interests include electric and hybrid electric vehicles, energy management of hybrid systems, renewable energy, and energy storage systems. Joe Stubitz is, he's a local boy down in the southern part of the state, born and raised in Boulder City, Nevada, attended Colorado State University, and I only learned recently he thought he was going to be a lawyer when he grew up, having a love for intellectual property law because he wanted to do work with a microprocessor and integrated circuit design, but took a little detour into the power industry and spent time working on all 3 major federal dams in the lower Colorado River Basin, Hoover, Davis, and Parker, for about 18 years, and now he is Boulder City's Utilities Director. We also have with us Sam Baker from Clark County, works on sustainability there. I had the privilege to listen to her panel yesterday on residential and commercial EV charging, building energy codes, and equity issues, and learned a tremendous amount from that panel, and I'm glad you're here with us today as well. So let's jump right in to Suzanne's presentation, and take it away, Suzanne.
All right. Oh. Hello. There we go. There we go. I'm going to stand so that my head isn't blocking, and I can read my own slides here. But so just to give you a little background, I only have 5 minutes, so it's going to be really hard to talk about this project in 5 minutes. I was actually going to talk about several projects. I scrapped them all, so if you're curious, you can always email me or call me. So our city program goal is really just to establish well-focused initiatives that promise to strengthen our reputation as one of the world's leading cities, while also improving our day-to-day life for our residents. And I'll go over really quick a couple of our recent achievements. I say recent because all these have been within the last couple of years. The city of Reno is a Soul Smart Silver designated community. And what that means is that we have made it easier to go solar. So there was an evaluation process we went through that looked at permitting, do we have financing options, the level of interest, the level of education we provide the community, and we received a silver designation out of silver, gold, and platinum, so we do have some work to do there, and we are currently working on upgrading that to at least a gold certification. In 2021, we also received the United States Conference of Mayors Climate Protection Award, and that was for our carbon management and carbon tracking platform, which we actually track our fleet, natural gas, electricity, and waste, and then synthesize that all through one tracking platform. That's actually with a company that's right here in Reno. And then we also were recently certified as a LEED Gold City. And that was a huge accomplishment for us. In 5 years, we went from certified, the levels are certified, silver, gold, and platinum. We went from silver in 2017 to gold in 2022. So that was a huge accomplishment. It took about 2 years to get through that process. I had a very good intern to help me with that. So our city priorities, our council has prioritized in their current strategic plan infrastructure, climate change, and environmental sustainability. So that's really the area that I work in the city of Reno. And I'm going to talk today about infrastructure and one of the projects that we're working on right now that's really exciting, really unique, and that's going to be awesome once it's actually done here in Reno. So I'm going to talk about our Moana Springs project. And this is our current pool project. You may have heard about it. The Moana pool was torn down several years ago. This is the new pool project. What I have here is just some renderings and kind of go over what it's going to look like and what it's going to do for our community. But what we're most excited about with this project is it will actually have solar, and we are currently working on the geothermal contract for it to also be a geothermal facility. We're unique in that we're in the area. Some of you know we have the geothermal utility here in Reno. It serves a very small number of homes. They're trying to expand to serve businesses. They're expanding to serve the convention center. This project is sitting right where they want to put their infrastructure through. So it's an ideal situation. We're working on that. That should be before our council within the next couple months. So this is just some details about the pool size, our estimated construction time. It did break ground. It is under construction. It's slated to open August to October of 2024. I expect to see everybody there, even if you live in Las Vegas. And then we've gone through the process recently of our final design that was approved, that is going to be approved or what, it is February. It was approved. You can tell what kind of week I've had. And then final construction phase with core construction, pending approval by Reno City Council. What's included, of course, a pool, a couple of them. There will be an outdoor pool. There will be some classrooms. We're actually working right now. I saw Vanessa here with Envirolution. We possibly have an opportunity to extend some education to the community around geothermal. That's really exciting. Spectator seating, we hope to bring in, this will bring in a lot of economic opportunities with having competitions here. So we're really excited about that. These are just some site layouts and some more information about our trees. Of course, our trees are important to us, so we're going to have some trees. We're also saving trees. We're also looking at EV charging at this location, both for our fleet and for the public. And then these are just some pictures that I just thought were fun to get an idea of what it's going to look like. And that might, nope, one more. So there's an activity pool for kids. And then that's an exterior rendering. This is my last slide, I believe. Yep. So I'll leave it on that one. One other project I wanted to touch on really quick is our Public Safety Center. Our Public Safety Center is also under construction. That is the old Reno Gazette Journal building. We purchased that building. We are in the middle of retrofitting that. That building will also have solar and storage. We are also working on EV charging, and our fleet manager would probably get mad, but he did mention this yesterday, so I can mention it today. We are looking at some electric police vehicles as well. Yep. And that's it for me, and then I'll answer questions later. Thank you.
Super, thank you. And right within the 5-minute limit. I do have a little surprise in mind for anybody who goes over the 5-minute limit, so. Okay. Next, we'd like to hear from Jason.
Thank you. Down.
That might not be on.
I don't know. How about now? There we go. Yeah, I'm going to follow the center's lead and stay seated through this presentation. It's a very quick one. I'll be happy to answer any detailed questions after the presentation. Anna already introduced me. Just in case you don't know, if you're from Vegas, we're 60,000 students with 100 schools and another 20 facilities. So we're not quite as big, much smaller. So our projects are smaller. Of the 100 facilities we have, 56 of them meet the requirements for EPA star rankings. We've only got the first 2 certified with the help of Envirolution and teachers at our schools. And our contractor, we just got the notification last month, and I'm waiting on the plaques. They haven't landed on our doorstep yet, but we'll be putting those up. Great project because it was students, nonprofit, and the teachers putting all the data together. The primary thing I want to talk about was the ground source geo-exchange system. So we put in our first system in 2004 at Sepulveda Elementary School, and since then, we hit a pause in construction. And when we got our new funding and started up construction again, we did an analysis on is it worth it to do these. And the cost-benefit analysis came out to be a little over 30 years. So we had the discussion, and since the average age of our school is 62 years, we're like, this makes sense for us. But if you're unaware of it, it's basically a radiator buried underground. So we take water or a fluid, we pump it all the way through the system, and then we bring it into the building and exchange heat or cooling depending on the type of year or the weather that we're in. And too many devices. So if we look at it, we have the well field for heating and cooling, And when we do these facilities, we put them into the brand new schools. We're looking at doing the major retrofit, but we're having trouble identifying old infrastructure around old schools. So those are the schools that we have done so far. And when we were doing the analysis, one of the interesting things was we took the schools where we had the exact same design, but we didn't put in the geo-exchange system with them. And the schools with the geo-exchange were the 5.6 K, you can see it. And the old schools were 18.6. So we got a tremendous savings out of heating and cooling from these systems. And we're just going to continue to put them in everywhere. The one thing that is always interesting is, I'll do this real quick. Well, the one really interesting thing is drilling. And part of it was trying to get drillers when we're competing with the natural gas industry and we're competing with Ormat. And I don't know if Paul's here, but I harass him often. My brother-in-law also works there. But it is hard to find the drillers, but then it's actually drilling the wells and seeing what you have once you get into the system. So like when we were drilling down in the South Meadows, the water got up to 90 degrees pretty shallow. So we had to end up putting in a lot more wells, a lot more shallow. When we got up into Sun Valley, it was hard rock and hard clay drilling. So we ended up drilling a lot deeper wells and a lot less wells so that we could get the systems that we wanted there. And they pretty much provide 100% of the heating and cooling for the schools, with the exception of the new Hug High School. We just didn't have enough well-filled room to put in enough wells. But the reason we were able to do this as well is we have a district-wide sustainability plan that encourages this. So we, the Board of Trustees, the students, the staff, public members, they all have participated and approved it, and they like where we're going with using the geothermal and solar, and we did a huge energy efficiency retrofit, and we continue to look for opportunities there. And I'm hoping that we'll have a net zero school here in the near future, but oh, there's Ann. I hear Ann's train coming, and I'm done.
Okay, next we'll hear from Dr. Fajiri. Do you want to click through your own slides here? Okay, you just have to close this down. I got that one. It's hard to get them up.
Okay, good morning everyone. All right, I'm going to present a project which we proposed to RTC, and it's still in the planning stages and proposal stage, but I'm going to go over the slides pretty quick. If you have more questions, feel free to ask during the break or after the panel. And it's related to integration of battery or energy storage with DC fast charging stations. Bit of a background on the future of transit bus sector, same as other transportation sectors. We know that it's moving towards electrification. This transition comes with its own challenges in terms of fleet management and also infrastructure. One of the main components of this infrastructure is the use of fast DC charging, because it allows the buses to carry less battery, therefore they have lighter weight and lower cost. So from the fleet management point of view, some of the challenges, you always want to decrease the cost. From the utility perspective, it's essential to reduce the stress on the utility grid because once you get into DC fast charging, of course, you see these peak demands and the stress on the grid. So when I talk about DC fast charging or opportunity charging, these are chargings that are carried out at bus stops. They can be achieved in a matter of a few minutes. It allows smaller onboard battery packs, which means lower weight and lower cost for the buses, and it distributes charging throughout the day. The downside of using this technology is it draws power from the grid, so it increases the stress on the grid, and also high electricity costs due to demand charges. And demand charges, why they cause high electricity costs? Demand charges are fees basically that are applied to the electricity bill due to increase in peak power consumption. This slide basically shows the peak power or the power consumption throughout the day. These spikes that you see, the spikes that you see are basically due to DC fast charging. If you convert this into cost, studies show that demand charges can account for 30% of your electricity bill, depending on the size of your fleet. So what is the solution? How can we reduce the cost in terms of the cost of charging for the fleet? One simple option is to use energy storage or batteries. We can basically integrate a battery into the DC charging station and take out all those spikes that you see, therefore reduce the cost of this peak demand. In terms of RTC, this is a win-win situation because they already have these batteries on the buses which they need to retire. And they can easily use that instead of purchasing new energy storage. You might ask why, if there are batteries that we're taking out of the bus, how can we use it for this application? Well, it's pretty easy because they retire those batteries. When they retire the bus batteries, they still have 70 to 80% of their capacity. They can retain that capacity. It's not suitable for transportation applications, but if we give it a second life for applications like this, it's actually a perfect fit for these kinds of applications. So this is a bit of a background on the project, just one slide concept overview of what's going to happen. So we have the fast DC charger on the left-hand side feeding an electric bus, which is the original system. And then here, we're basically integrating a used bus battery into the charging system. And of course, the batteries are charged from the grid during off-peak hours. So this is a very simple overview. In terms of RTC, of course, they can reduce the cost of charging these buses. It also has benefits from the utility perspective because they can see a lower peak demand. Especially when the number of buses or DC fast chargers grow, they will see a significant reduction in the peak demand of the whole fleet. The last slide, so this is a work that's being led by UNR and under the Intelligent Mobility Initiative. Intelligent Mobility Initiative is a living lab ecosystem which focuses on transportation electrification, automated and connected vehicles in Nevada. And we have many partners, and we have active projects that are currently going. If you need more information about this, I'm going to refer you to Dr. Carlos Cordillo, who's the director of Applied Research Facility and oversees all these projects that we're carrying out. So with that, I'm going to sit down and take any questions that you have. Hopefully, I'm on time.
That was great. Thank you so much. Next we'll hear from Joe Stubitz, City of Boulder City. You good?
Okay, great. Yeah, many of you guys know Boulder City is home of Hoover Dam. It's one of the 7 engineering marvels of the world. So Boulder City is unique. You know, we've got our own electric, sewer, water, and landfill. The electric serves about 35 of the 207 square miles of the incorporated city of Boulder City. We're also not-for-profit. So some facts about the El Dorado Valley. Many of you may have heard about the El Dorado Valley. It's about 168 square miles. Boulder City completed the transfer of the land with the Colorado River Commission in 1995 for just about $1.3 million. So why am I talking about the El Dorado Valley? So El Dorado Valley, we've got utility scale solar in Boulder City. Planned or existing projects over 2 gigawatts of solar energy for utility scale purposes. The estimated capital investments conservatively is placed at over $5 billion. So this is a little bit of our supply side mix for our residents. We've got the Hoover Schedule A, thank you, Ann, for that, and the Schedule B. So these are nameplate capacities. So as was previously mentioned, that's a 50-year agreement. The SLCA IP, that's also federal hydropower. That stands for the Salt Lake City Area Integrated Projects. So that's the Glen Canyon Dam, as well as 8 other hydroelectric facilities in the Upper Basin. And the most recent one that we're really proud of is Townsite Solar. That's 5 megawatts of firm solar and battery storage power, 30-year agreement, and that's through all of the year except for March, April, and off-peak in November. And then the rest of the energy we get is through the market. So a little bit from our integrated resources planning, this kind of shows what our energy purchases looked like from 17 to 21. Most of our energy was hydropower. So in our demand side resources, we've got tiered rates, energy efficiency rebates, and solar net metering. We offer one of the most generous paybacks for rooftop solar at 100% of the wholesale costs of what the city pays for its energy. We've seen the rooftop solar program and the net metering agreements triple in size from 2017 to 2021, and we've estimated we've got 2 megawatts of rooftop solar on in the community. So for our energy efficiency rebates, you could see from the kind of graph here that they've kind of gone down. In the last 5 years, we've bolstered the program by adding smart irrigation controllers, kind of expanding that to water, as well as smart thermostats. And then looking ahead with our future supply side resources, we've included the Townsite Solar Agreement, and so now we've got over 75% of our total energy from renewable resources, and then dwindling down in the next 5 years based on the lake elevations at Meade and Lake Powell. So for our electric vehicles, we've got 15 vehicles in our city fleet that are either electric or hybrid. In 2023, it's estimated that we saved over 9,500 gallons of fuel, or $35,000. And our latest addition into our electric fleet is for the police. And this is a Mach-E GT, and very, very fun to drive, as well as the Model Y Tesla, which, you know, when you press down on the accelerator, you have to be prepared and have your head back on the seat, or your head will go back. And that's it for what's going on in the city of Boulder City.
Thank you very much, Joe. Joe, this is your. Thank you very much, Joe. And now, finally, Sam Baker from Clark County. And I would like to start out by saying, as a longtime, first of all, hybrid, plug-in hybrid driver, Sam, and more recently as an all-electric driver in Southern Nevada, I really appreciated your presentations yesterday. For example, I'd never before thought about whether there were needs to amend building codes versus zoning codes. That was a huge thing, kind of a mind twister for me to start really thinking through. So great work there.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me? Okay, awesome. So I'm Sam Baker, Sustainability Program Administrator for Clark County. I'm not going to talk so specifically about projects. I'm going to talk about our plans and talk about kind of the evolution of sustainability for Clark County. In 2019, the Board of County Commissioners directed us to put together a sustainability and climate action plan, and they said we want it done really, really fast. And knowing that Clark County had never done anything like that before, it made sense for us to look internally first, look at our operations, and start leading by example. So we put together a plan for county operations that was adopted in February 2021. That includes actions from an employee education program. Clark County employs 10,000 employees. So we wanted to make sure that our employees understood the importance of sustainability and how that they can be involved and why we're doing all the projects we're doing. But it also includes building retrofits, you know, solar power, having chargers for employees, that sort of thing. Once that plan was adopted, we started putting together our community plan. So of course that started with a greenhouse gas emissions inventory, so we could, you know, prioritize actions and really figure out where our greenhouse gases were coming from so we could get kind of the biggest bang for the buck. We also conducted a climate vulnerability assessment, and that had never been done for the region. So, you know, that looks at our systems and our assets and how they are affected by climate hazards. So in Clark County, those hazards are drought, extreme heat, flash flooding, and wildfires. So, you know, looking at those different systems, how adaptable are they to climate change and the climate hazards that are coming, and how sensitive are they? And those were two data-driven pieces that went into our community plan. And I think it's really important to talk about for Clark County what our community plan looks like, more like from a theoretical perspective. So we put together 4 guiding principles, and we wanted all of our all-in Clark County plans and actions to abide by those guiding principles. So of course there's greenhouse gas emissions reductions. That's in every single sustainability and climate action plan. There's also the resilience piece. So we look at resiliency from a economic, environmental, and social perspective. But then the other 2 guiding principles that were really important to us were transparency and equity. So that transparency piece was to help us grow trust within the community. I think most of you know in Southern Nevada there's a healthy skepticism towards local government, and so we wanted to make sure that everything was open and everybody can see, here's where we're getting this data from, here's how we're collecting it, you know, this is what this means, to start building that trust. And then that equity piece, you know, so many different plans that are put into place, they have unintended consequences. So we wanted to make sure to bring in as many community groups and community members as possible to understand those perspectives, and make sure that we have as little of those unintended consequences as possible. So now where we are, which is really exciting, we released our plan out for public comment, and that closed last week. So now we're gathering our hundreds of comments that we received from community members and community groups, and trying to make sense of them and find out if there's patterns, find out if they're, you know, valid comments, and if we need to revisit some of our actions that we have in the plan. So we're hoping that that will be ready to go and adopted by the Board of County Commissioners in March. And I just want to talk about 2 big overarching pieces that are going to help us get our actions done. So one is we are putting together a regional collaborative. So we're working with the local, all of the municipalities and agencies in order to kind of move the region together rather than Clark County just acting in a silo. And from that, we're hoping to develop a regional education program because, like I said, this is new for the region. So really talking about what sustainability means for Clark County. And then also focusing a lot on energy efficiency. That's really important for us because, you know, solar projects can take a lot of time, renewable projects take a long time. So making sure our buildings are as efficient as possible is kind of our first step to make sure that we can move forward and, you know, be a more resilient and sustainable Clark County. Thank you very much.
We'd like to spend the rest of our time here today talking about some of the experiences folks on the panel have had with trying to launch green initiatives that have failed. Because I think many people in this audience probably are people who are working on green initiatives right now. Maybe there's something to be learned from the experience of the various panelists. So I've asked the panelists to think ahead of time about, well, what did you start, what didn't work, and how did you turn it around? And who'd like to start? Joe?
Sure. Thanks, Ann. Yeah, I'll go ahead and start. So kind of to echo on Sam's comment about how in Southern Nevada government or the residents are skeptical of government. I was wanting to institute something similar to PowerShift that NV Energy has, where we could deploy smart thermostats into the community and have a control or the ability to kind of scale down during peak demand. That was met with fierce resistance by the community, having the government kind of have some sort of, overarching hand into their, free community. So we did just the regular smart thermostats instead.
Great example. Suzanne?
So I like to think that everybody in Northern Nevada loves the government and loves the city of Reno. But one of the things I will say that this is recent, as you know, we have scooters in Reno, and that we previously had bikes, and that did not go well. And so when we passed them this time, of course, there was a lot of negative public comment around them. Do I think scooters are going to solve all our problems? Absolutely not. It's just one piece kind of in the whole box. But I went to a conference recently, and they said, well, how did you overcome all the negativity from scooters? And I said, we just kind of kept doing it. I don't know. I mean, we just kept going. We answered the questions, but we're not gonna stop. And so I think that that's kind of an important piece. But with everything, cost is always something that comes up. There's always this is what you're using taxpayers' dollars for. So I like to think that we're very good about thoroughly analyzing these projects. We look for grants where we can. Our solar and storage project, the reason we were able to do that was because we got a grant to do a thorough study of solar and storage of that facility. And then that laid the groundwork to be able to move forward. And so I think it's taking into account cost, but also just kind of that we're going to keep doing it, but we're going to try to do it in the best way possible. We're going to try to engage the public and just keep moving forward.
Thanks, Suzanne.
So at university, we do multiple projects. So we go after federal grants, local grants. In recent years, we've targeted industries around Reno because previously we didn't have many industries. So that's something that has worked for us. The negative side is all the legal complications and all the contracting. So that's
always the lawyers.
That is basically, we're ready to do most of the work, but the legal sometimes delays the project like 2 months, even 3 months. We've done projects with Nevada Gold Mine, City of Reno, but that legal is a bottleneck for us, and we're trying to change that. It hasn't happened yet, but hopefully it will happen soon.
Good luck with that.
And purchasing. Getting something through purchasing takes a long time, not just legal, and I think they work hand in hand. Really, at the school district, I've had just great support, and I think that support is when all 7 trustees vote that they want to do something, then staff knows that you want to do something, and the head of our department wanted to do something. So I haven't run into many obstacles there. The one big obstacle I ran into was at the City of Reno. Fortunately, they had also had a green plan at the time and had approved it 5-0, but I was trying to get Teslas for the police chief and the fire chief. I was trying to get them in a Chevy Bolt. And they said they would only take an electric car if it was a Tesla, and they were much more expensive back in 2009.
And how about you, Sam?
Yeah, so one of the first projects that our building started to take on was LED retrofits. So pretty easy thing, nothing major there, but we had a lot of employees say, oh, these LEDs give me headaches, and I don't like them, and this lighting, it doesn't work for me. So we took a kind of 2-pronged approach. So one thing we did was we have a steering committee that is made up of our department heads. So we talked to the department heads and let them know ahead, like, here's what departments are getting them ahead of time. Please let your employees know it's coming so they're aware of it and it's not so shocking. But the other thing is we started putting out some educational materials to employees to let them know about the benefits of LED lighting. And we conducted some lunch and learn, so presentations from our real property management department to talk about that, really the benefits and the health benefits that you can see from LED versus CFL.
Thanks. So I think we got a good collection of responses here, right? From Joe, we got flexibility. You had to change course. From Suzanne, persistence. I don't know how you're going to solve your problem, but maybe we should talk. And then purchasing, and then improving communications from Sam, always a good thing. Does somebody want to add to that?
Well, I was just going to add to Sam's is we made it part of our strategy to install all the LEDs. So our school district is 100% LED, but we installed most of them at night when the teachers had gone home, and the next day they didn't notice for the most part.
Still of night. Never forget that option. Yeah. We have a couple more questions on deck, but would anybody from participants like to ask questions of the panelists? Anybody out there? Okay, please go ahead.
I have a question for Dr. So the e-buses, how many batteries are in them? What is the range on them? And then I guess if the plan is for them to charge at the first stop, how long does it take for them to charge?
I don't know the specifics of the specifications of the battery at this stage, but in terms of charging, they are going to only discharge for a few minutes when they're doing DC charging. Of course, the power level is higher. And then maybe 15 minutes, 10 minutes until the next bus arrives, they have time to charge. So that's one of the opportunity charging parts. The other part is they can be charged overnight. So basically, we're targeting at trickle charging during the time that nothing's connected, and then maybe 3-4 minutes of DC fast charging for a bus. But they have huge batteries. I don't know, I don't remember exactly what the capacity of the batteries are, but once they take them out, they still have 70-80% of their capacity. So they're a perfect fit for this application. Maybe not for transportation, but for stationary storage, they're perfect.
Well, if we don't have more questions right now, I did ask the panelists each to just think about if there was, oh, is there a question?
There's one there.
Oh, please, in the back.
I really love the idea that Clark County has a sustainability and resilience plan and a whole department to support that. Does Northern Nevada have one? And is there not only Northern Nevada or Washington County, but is there a movement to get other individuals, smaller parts of Nevada, to have some sort of cooperative sustainability and resilience plan to encourage smaller counties in Nevada to do that also?
So yes, that's the short answer. So the city of Reno has kind of been on an island for a while. We've had a sustainability initiative for several years. We passed our plan in 2019. Washoe County is in the process of hiring a sustainability manager. And what I envision there, and now I've also piqued the interest of Sparks. They recently hired a grants manager who's interested in exploring this area also. So there's finally an opportunity. We also hold, Sam is part of it, a statewide call that includes Henderson, Clark, Washoe, us. Sparks is now part of it. I'm missing somebody. Vegas. So we touch base every month to have those regional conversations, but also expand and have those statewide conversations, because we find we do a lot of the same stuff. Yes, there's different situations in the north and the south, but like we kind of can steal from each other. We can learn about what funding opportunities are available. But yes, that is happening in the north. We do have our current plan. We do have our current initiative. I expect that to roll out very soon in Washoe County. I expect them to do something very similar to what Clark County has done.
Okay, in the back.
Hello. Y'all are obviously doing some great work. A lot of us in the room, I know, have been really curious about the opportunities coming from the Investment, Infrastructure, and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act. That's always on my mind. I'm curious how you all are thinking about potentially using the funding from federal opportunities to do more projects like what you described.
Suzanne, you want to start it off?
Yes. So I sit on our infrastructure and funding committee, and I can tell you that we do not know the answer yet. But what I can tell you is it seems like it's this huge pot of money. It's available to the city. We can go after all of it. It's broken down. It's available in different ways to the public. But the opportunity that I see, there are some for like the regional collaboration, the regional projects, but it's an opportunity to step back and like think bigger. And not think like, okay, there's the fund for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Okay, I don't want to do the thing we tried to do 3 years ago. I don't want to do the thing that somebody's doing, what's our opportunity to think about it differently? So we are right on top of it. We have an entire group committed to exploring that and understanding it, and seize every opportunity that we possibly have.
And how about in the South?
Kind of a similar response is we're thinking about it, and here's our challenges. And one of the questions had said that, you know, we have an entire department dedicated to sustainability. We don't. We have me and 2 part-time employees currently. So we are trying to be really strategic about how we spend our time and how we apply for these grants. So, you know, at the moment, we are actually building up our team. So we have a couple of jobs, full-time jobs out there that will be joining. And so hopefully once we have that capacity, then we can really like start going for the grants and that federal funding. You know, right now what we're focused on as far as grant opportunities, the EECBG funding. So that's $840,000 that, you know, is allotted to Clark County. That's a little bit easier for us to go for something like that rather than some of the other funding that's available.
Thank you. Now, Sam, did you say there are a couple of job postings open?
Yes, there is one open right now, environmental specialist for resilience.
Just wanted to give you a chance to make it available to folks who are here. Yeah, great. Thank you. Another question?
Yeah, Sam, I have a question for you. With your Clark County all-in plan, when you talk about getting all that feedback from the community and kind of making sure that you guys are doing your due diligence, how did you send out those surveys? Were they all electronic, or did you also hold some events where people came in person, or was it mail-in? Did you guys do multiple?
Yeah, we did kind of all of that. So we did as much online advertising as we could. The surveys were available online, but then we also hired a staff of ambassadors. So they went out and they went to community groups and conducted presentations. They had paper surveys available. They went out to community events. They hosted online workshops. They did all of it. And we had planned on doing an open house where we had everybody come in and we would talk about different pieces of the plan and they would give us feedback. Of course, that was during the time when COVID spiked again. So we moved it to online forums. But what we did was we reached out to our Sustainability and Climate Advisory Group, who includes about 92 different organizations, and we asked them to organize with their constituents, like, how can you make sure that your interested parties can watch these online forums? So from what I understand, a couple of them held things like at churches. They were like, okay, no, we can watch this video together at the church. But yeah, most of our feedback did come via online, but we did have paper surveys available as well.
And was there a difference in the quality of the responses between the online and the paper surveys?
No, it was about the same. It was, you know, there are a lot of multiple choices. So, and one of the things that we did for our surveys too is we broke it up by key area that's in our plan so that people could pick and choose what they wanted to provide feedback on. Because some people might not be interested in transportation, but they're interested in water, for example. So we try to make it easier so it wasn't quite as time consuming.
More questions? Okay, well, just to wrap up, I've also asked the panelists to think about if there's just one special thing you'd really like to have somebody work on in the green space, what would it be? Joe, go.
Okay, yeah, so Boulder City has about 1,300 acre feet of water that it discharges into facultative channels. You know, we've repurposed about 15% of that annually to a rock quarry. I'd like to see that be reused. The Water Authority's been helping us with the water reclamation project. We could look at other ways to do that as far as energy as well. So I mean, I'd be really interested in some creative solutions for that resource.
Great, thank you. Suzanne.
Joe stole mine, so he did. I think here there's an interest in sort of the on the sewer treatment plant side, since we do have that utility, the removal of waste from sludge, so separating the waste, the water, what can we do there, what can we do with waste to energy, what can we do with the water purification, but then expanding that with like our One Water project. I'm just really interested in the intersection between our water conservation, our affluent water projects, and energy.
Thanks, Suzanne. Barb?
I would start with electrifying the mining sector. Reason being, there's only they're responsible for 5-6% of greenhouse gas emissions. However, it's much easier to electrify the mining sector. There aren't that many players globally. Money is not a big issue for them. And also, most of their trucks and the equipment that they use, they're already being powered by electric motors. So it's much easier target.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Dr. Geddes?
I'm going to follow Poria's research. Getting rid of demand peak on our schools as we add in more solar and more geothermal. The demand charge at some of our schools, it's over 50%. So figuring out a way to control that through the batteries. Hopefully he'll come up with something really good here soon.
Okay, and Sam?
So for me, it's really about capacity building and finding organizations to partner with to make our actions happen. So if you feel like your organization wants to get involved with All In, please contact me because like I said, we have a very small office. We don't have a lot of staff and so we can't do it alone to make our action plan actually happen.
Let's see if Thank you very much. That sounds great. And I think with that, we're about ready to wrap up. If I could just get this to work. Not coming through. Oh well. Thank you very much. Here we go. Here we go. For those who have spent time in PUC hearing rooms, it's a signal that it's time to wrap it up.
Morning. My name is Kevin McGehee. I'm one of the coordinators for the Nevada Clean Energy Transportation Conference. And we're here this morning interviewing Tom Polakalis, the director and really the mind behind the whole program. Tom, what was the impetus for creating this event?
So Nevada's had a number of clean energy conferences over the years. Jennifer Taylor, formerly of the Clean Energy Project, hosted the National Clean Energy Forum in Las Vegas for many years, brought people from around the country, really put Nevada onto center stage. Fairly recently, up until COVID, we were doing annual conferences here in Reno, right on the cusp of the legislative session. In those years where the legislature, by law, goes into session on the first Monday of February. So this conference replicates that idea to convene energy stakeholders from around the state right on the cusp of the legislative session. We're able to engage citizens that are interested in energy policy, stakeholders, whether they be public utility commissioners, energy advocates, utilities, entrepreneurs, just basically bringing folks together. And this year, it's even more important because there's a wave of money coming down from the federal government pursuant to the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law. So we're trying to apprise Nevadans of these huge opportunities, whether it be for schools, cities, the private sector for EV charging, tax credits for a number of products. So if we can get Nevadans informed, that's going to increase the probability that Nevadans can access that money, and we're going to be able to get more projects going that are going to benefit the state in many ways.
Can you identify some of the sponsors that are participating in this?
Yeah, and really this is a tremendous collaborative effort between the public and private sectors. We were able to approach RTC of Washoe County with the idea that we wanted to showcase clean transportation technologies. They are a national leader in the deployment of battery electric buses. They're now going to go into the area of hydrogen fuel cell buses. So Washoe County RTC is truly a national leader. They were the first major sponsor of the conference. We had worked previously with the Peppermill Hotel Casino, which has one of the most innovative heating systems for a building in hot water. They drilled 4,000 feet into the earth. They were able to bring heat up using heat exchangers and so forth, and now they're saving millions of dollars on formerly natural gas bills that they now no longer need to use. So geothermal technologies is a huge opportunity for the state of Nevada. Peppermill is a great example of one of those technologies that is being now studied by a number of other entities. NV Energy certainly has always played a major part in these conferences. We also have Captain, a very fascinating company coming up from Las Vegas that runs a fleet of electric vehicles as a transportation service in southern Nevada. We have probably the most innovative geothermal company in the world called Ever, which is coming down from Canada. They can do some new technology that makes geothermal accessible pretty much anywhere. We're working with the Nevada Franchised Auto Dealers Association, which has their members showcasing a number of the new electric cars, whether it be the F-150 Lightning or several of the other really exciting trucks. We're going to have a showcase of those types of vehicles presented by NFADA, and thanks to them, we're going to be able to really see some of the coolest cars that are coming off the assembly line and now available to consumers.
Wow, that's great. So what's the agenda like? I mean, what are people going to get to experience when they come to the event at the Peppermill?
So we're doing 2 days. The first day is focused on transportation. One of the key things that the Nevada legislature has been studying is how we fund our roads. Because to have a vibrant economy, you need a vibrant transportation system. So basically taking a look at the policies that other states have already put into place, so that electric vehicles or hydrogen fuel cell vehicles or anything that's not paying a tax at the gas pump can be included in helping fund roads. So we're bringing in national experts that have a proposal that's basically a fee per mile. So any car on any fuel is still going to use the road. So the idea is if you can charge based on the number of miles driven, then everybody's going to be paying their fair share. So we're going to take a look at those types of policies with people coming in from a national association that advocates that. Also, we have Director of Innovative Products from the Utah Department of Transportation. State of Utah has already moved forward on this concept, bringing together stakeholders from, again, both southern and northern Nevada, as well as our State Department of Transportation. So we've got folks that are taking a look at that. There's also the big push to electrify our transportation system. You may have heard the term the Nevada Electric Highway. If you're going to be traveling to California, if you're going to be traveling to Utah, long distances, we have a great, vast state. I just drove it yesterday, 500 miles. And the idea is if you're going to be on the roads, you want to have charging that's accessible so that you can get across the state and into Utah or into Arizona, wherever it is that you want to go, and not be subject to running out of electricity. So those types of federal incentives will now make sure that we have a very robust charging infrastructure, not only across the state of Nevada, but so that we have basically across the country. Though we want to make sure that we have corridors where electric vehicles can charge. We move into the afternoon on the electric transportation side with incentives both for consumers to buy cars, but also what can a business access so that a business that wants to provide that service, there is federal money to both tax credits and grants that can help develop the infrastructure so that we can have electric transportation at a much higher degree than we currently have.
Can you tell me a little bit about what's happening on Friday at the Innevation Center?
So Friday is, so we've separated out, we've got transportation on Thursday. Friday is much broader based, just because there's so many clean energy technologies that are available. And Nevada is, again, for, as we compare Nevada to the rest of the country, Nevada is the epicenter for a number of clean energy technologies. We're going to start Friday morning with a legislative review, taking a look at where Nevada's at from a policy perspective from the 2017 session, which saw, I believe it was 11 clean energy bills passed. 2019, there was another, say, half dozen. Nevada has really moved forward and aggressively into a number of spaces, whether that be a green bank. We now have a financial institution that's taking a look at overcoming cost barriers. That was a result of past legislation. Nevada is now moving towards a renewable portfolio standard, meaning that by 2030, no less than 50% of the state's electricity is going to come from renewable energy resources. Noting back to the past, one of the great things in Nevada is that clean energy tech is recognized as an economic development opportunity. So it's bipartisan, though that particular bill with what's termed the RPS was passed the state Senate with a number of extremely conservative folks, right? We're conservatives and focused on business. It passed unanimously through the state Senate. So that's a tremendous achievement to those entrepreneurs and the business folks that have made the very powerful case that clean energy tech means jobs, economic diversification, and a brighter economic future for the state. And that will include both solar tech, lithium mining, processing of materials, batteries. We're looking at the potential for tens of thousands of jobs being created. So those kinds of discussions take place in the morning. Then we get into really interesting emerging technologies that can not only save energy and money, but of critical importance to Southern Nevada, there are technologies that can also save water. So we have an opportunity to put into place ways that a building can be cooled at the commercial level so that water does not need to be evaporated, which is, of course, of increasing concern not only to Las Vegas, but to Phoenix, the entire Southwest. So taking a look at things that we can do now to save energy, water, and money.
So Tom, I understand that national security plays kind of an important role in the way you guys address these issues. Can you explain us a little bit about that?
Yeah, definitely. And this is why this particular conference has, to some extent, an economic development component to it, a very significant economic
power. And I apologize to Matt going in. I didn't have the same opportunity to do research on him as I did on others, so this will be very brief. But he graciously said it wasn't about him, it was about the panel. So Matt attended college in Northridge, California, graduated with an MBA. He is a small business entrepreneur with multiple food trucks in Clark and Nye County. So perhaps this will be an opportunity for him to do a little shout out as to what those are and what they serve. And he has been with Valley Electric for just over 2 years and works there as their solar department manager. So without further ado, please welcome Matt.
Thank you guys for having me today. I'm excited to be here, a little nervous as expected. But I have 3 great panelists today to introduce. First, we'll start with Matt Baker of Dicon Comfort Technologies. He's the Business Development Manager and Energy Efficiency Programs. We next have Paul Boney, Principal of Next Step Solutions. Next Step, excuse me. And then we have Neil Ethier, Director VP of Business Development for Ever. So we have a few presentations, and I'll let Matt Baker come up first to start with that. Please give him a warm welcome.
Good morning, everybody. As Matt said, Matt Baker with Dicon Comfort Technologies. We are a heat pump manufacturer. We are, in fact, the world's largest HVAC manufacturer, operating under a bunch of different brands here in the U.S. You've likely heard of Goodman and Amana Furnaces. If you haven't heard of Dicon heat pumps, our brand is still growing here in the U.S. My role with Dicon is really about interfacing with utility and local government programs, making sure that our team understands exactly what's operating in their areas, how to participate, and then working with those programs on developing incentives that really push the bar on high efficiency heat pumps. So that's a little bit about me. Today I wanted to talk a bit about heat pumps and what is a heat pump. I'm going to start very basic here for those that aren't familiar. So essentially a heat pump is a technology that moves heat from one location to another. A furnace, by contrast, you are combusting a fuel and you're extracting the heat from that combustion process. A heat pump uses refrigerant to move heat back and forth. It transfers that heat. And because you're moving it, not creating it and absorbing it, you get really high efficiencies, generally on the order of 3 to 5 times as much as you can get out of a traditional furnace. The next level of discussing heat pumps is variable capacity. So fixed capacity heat pumps are often what we see in like a refrigerator in our house. Operates at one speed, it's on, off. That's a fixed capacity heat pump. It's kind of like if you're driving down the street and you have a bunch of stop signs, go, stop, go, all of that. A variable capacity heat pump, by contrast, varies the compressor speed, varies the fan speed, varies the refrigerant flow through the system, and comes to a really nice, comfortable operating condition, similar to using cruise control going down the freeway. You can kind of understand the efficiency of not starting and stopping and continuing at a modest pace, and the efficiency gains you get by doing that. Similarly, thinking of a light switch, this is a little bit more of a crude comparison. A fixed capacity system, fixed capacity system would be on/off, whereas a variable capacity system would be more like a dimmer switch. So how can variable capacity heat pumps help in Nevada? There are kind of 5 key tenets that I tend to think about when we're talking about heat pumps. The first is lower energy bills. So you can imagine, going back to that analogy of the car driving, you get efficiency by maintaining a constant lower capacity or operating speed than you do with the on-off. Next would be consistently low energy demand. So an on-off switch, again, it's either all on or it's off, and you get peaking at really high energy draws. With a variable capacity system, you're able to settle into a lower energy demand, so instantaneous energy use with that system. Next is you get a comfortable home. Rather than bursts of hot or cold energy coming in, you're able to maintain a really constant temperature, which just provides for a more comfortable environment. Lower operational sound levels. The inverter is the equipment, what enables this equipment to be variable capacity. And the way that inverter-driven systems operate is innately quieter than the systems we're used to seeing outside of our house. Those noisy boxes that rattle away and have the hum going to them. Variable capacity systems, you can generally stand next to them and have a quiet conversation without any trouble. So you regain some of that outdoor acoustic comfort. And then finally, efficiency and sustainability. These variable capacity systems, again, operating with lower demand, lower overall energy use. They combine really well with renewable energy situations such as solar and storage systems as well, batteries. You can operate a variable capacity system off of a battery system for your home. If it's properly sized, you would be really struggling to do that with a fixed capacity system due to the high demand, the high demands, the instantaneous demands of those systems. So then we get into the cost equation. This is obviously something that a lot of people think about when they think about heat pumps. Aren't they more expensive? And the answer is not necessarily. So this is an example from Las Vegas, comes out of a report by Southwest Energy Efficiency Project. And they show energy savings of about a third of the bill with a variable capacity system over a gas furnace system. And that's with that was with 2021 gas prices, which were a little bit higher than 2020. Whether or not we see those come down a whole bunch will remain to be seen. And then looking at first costs, your fixed costs on the system, they are a little bit more expensive, about $1,000 on average between a gas furnace and a heat pump comparison. But that's why we need incentives, and that's why programs are helpful in getting these heat pumps installed into homes. We know that they save energy and they save money in the long run, so helping to overcome that first cost and capitalize on that opportunity is really important. And so this is just a summary of those points that I covered before: lower energy bills, lower costs, better comfort, improved sound quality as well. I think I'll end it there and not get into the refrigerant piece.
Perfect.
So, do you want to switch over? Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Matt. That was great. Very interesting. Next up is Paul Boney. We're going to dig a little deeper into what Matt was saying. Introduce yourself.
Thank you. Wow. 30-some years ago, I was doing demand-side management, energy efficiency, and renewables for a little company called Sierra Pacific Power Company. Didn't get quite this many people in the room, so a lot of progress in 30 years. So, funny story, we were at the pepper mill yesterday, and about 30 years ago, I gave a ground source heat pump to the marketing director at the pepper mill because I had just been to a ground source heat pump conference, needed a guinea pig so our engineers could say if they worked or not. She was sitting next to me on the plane, and that was the first ground source heat pump that I know of installed in Nevada. So fly home next to me when I go back to Steamboat Springs on Sunday. You never know what prize you might win. So you just heard about air source heat pumps, which are great technology. I'll talk about ground source heat pumps, which are great technology. The challenge with both of those is they have a sweet spot, right? So the air has to be in their sweet spot, the ground has to be in their sweet spot. So 5 of us who collectively have about 250 years of experience in the heat pump industry, I'm not personally that old, but the other guys are, we came up with the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup. It dawned on us, why don't we combine the best of those 2 technologies? And so we came up with the polymodal heat pump. Why do we need heat pumps? Bottom line is, the earlier conversations kind of alluded to it. We can't keep burning gas to stay warm and meet our climate goals. It's just that simple. And you heard there's a lot of pushback. We can't give up on natural gas, that kind of thing. We have extreme weather events. So if we're going to electrify space conditioning, particularly heating and water heating, we need heat pumps to make that happen. So quick heat pump review. You just heard it, so I don't have to go into that because Matt covered it all. So thank you for giving me another minute or two. But outside air source heat pumps, basic concept, the air is where the energy comes from or goes to. And then ground source heat pumps is the other technology. There are a few problems with air source heat pumps. They have paper values on how efficient they are, but when you got cold gas out in cold air and it's humid out, you have to deal with defrost. The industry doesn't know how to give you a energy penalty for defrost because all these units are rated in laboratories where they can avoid those conditions. This is an old style air source heat pump with bad controls, so you can make ice in the side of your house if you want to. So those problems were why we went to ground source heat pumps, because the theory was the deeper a temperature was warmer than the outside air, and so they would have more efficiency. Having spent 20-some years in that industry, I'll tell you we kind of fit. That deeper temperature where those loops are also floats with time. So the average earth temperature may be 48 or 50, but there may be entering water temperatures coming from that loop that are closer to 32. Conversely, in the summer, I've seen loops in Texas, badly designed, that were air conditioning with 100-degree water, right? So that's not a good idea. So air source, for what Matt talked about, water to refrigerant for ground source. Two basic types of heat pumps until the polymodal. Here's another little thing that we figured out over time. Half the time, half the load, or more, 90% of the load, the heat pumps are operating at half their rated energy input. So it's the extremes that heat pumps get into trouble from energy operating costs. So if you could find the sweet spot for air source and combine it with the sweet spot for water source, you can get a machine that's super efficient. So that's what the polymodal does. So, Matt, I don't know, I'll put you on the spot. Average COPs in northern Nevada, 2.5, 3, maybe?
Probably about that, yeah.
So 1 kilowatt hour in, 2.5, 3 kilowatt hours of energy out. The ground source heat pump industry will claim they can get to 5, right? You combine both of those and you can get to 6 to 7 to 8. So so when you think about energy efficiency and peak demand clipping, that's a huge improvement. So we don't have a heat pump. We have what they call it, a utility patent. So it's a how to make an existing refrigeration circuit, whether it's air source or ground source, do the other. So it's a utility patent. And so air source heat pumps can heat with air and they can cool with air. Ground source heat pumps can heat with water and cool with water and make domestic hot water. The polymodal heat pump can do all 6 of those things and more. But the most important piece is ground source is a really cheap thermal energy battery. So if you can take off-peak utility rates and outside air temperatures that are in the sweet spot, you can store heat or cold in that energy loop, we call it. So when that machine comes back on, it's more efficient than it would have been in a steady state. So that's really our secret sauce. So the other thing is we can cut the loops in half. So ground source heat pumps, if it's a $4,000 air source heat pump, it's a $10,000 piece of equipment for ground source, okay? And the loop doubles that cost. So if we can make the loop smaller, we can reduce the cost. And if you make the loop smaller, instead of bringing, and you heard the school district, their biggest challenge was getting loops in. Well, this is a little rig that can put 3 tons of heat pump loop in a shift or less. So suddenly it becomes a technology for everybody's backyard. This is the Honda house, and this is another, just plant this for all the solar net zero folks in the room. The Honda house used these, this is a technology patented out for use out of the Davis Energy Group. It was put in with an auger, not a drill rig, so there's lots and lots of bobcats out there that can do auger drilling. And then the coils were in a high density space, and after 2 years of operation on 100% ground source, this got too hot. So they couldn't, their air conditioning loads got out of control. Every net zero off-grid house has a couple of weeks in the winter, even in southern Utah, Arizona, where it's just too cold and the sun's not up long enough for that building to be 100% net zero. But
if you can deal with the cold with an inexpensive peak loop, then the polymodal lets the whole thing work for very low cost. But that's not enough. So everything's smart, right? Everything's AI. So we knew we had to have controls for the utility and the customer to play, because when the grid becomes interactive, you're going to want to take advantage of inexpensive utility costs. You're going to want to avoid high utility costs. Utility's going to want demand response mechanisms. So we built that into the system for GEMS. These are just some screenshots here. So real time in the cloud, the building owner, the homeowner, or the utility. Boulder doesn't, their clients may not like this in Boulder City, but the utility sees a peak load event coming, they lose a resource, they can now reach into the backbone of most loads, which is air conditioning, and dial that up and down. So the other thing about the polymodal is you can splice it into an existing air conditioner, or you can build it in a factory. So it can be field retrofittable or put into a machine, and we're in negotiations to do that. So that's the polymodal. Tom wanted me to talk about 2 technologies, and then said, yeah, 10 minutes, so that's pretty tough. What we're getting to is what we like to call the thermal highway. So buildings become interconnected and their thermal energy systems become interconnected. So now sewer water, incoming domestic potable water, can become thermal sources for these heat pumps that do all kinds of energy efficiency stuff. And one other reason, and this is for the folks in southern Nevada, why is this important? Most commercial buildings use what we call a cooling tower. I like to call it a commercial scale swamp cooler. So we're boiling millions of gallons of water to keep our buildings cool, right? While all the energy we need for those buildings is either in the air or in the ground under the building. So if we transition to a heat pump market from a boiler chiller market, and by the way, those boiler chillers actually go to water source heat pumps. It's just a different fuel supply. I did some math years ago for the state of California, and I figured 1/4 to 1/2 of the storage capacity in Lake Folsom was being used by cooling towers in California. So I think this was the drought before this drought. I've only lived through 3 lifetime droughts in my lifetime, so maybe I am 250 years old. But so anyway, we have to get away in our commercial facilities. We're going to have, in the arid west, we're going to have to get away from cooling towers and boiling water. So that's just a really, really, really quick look at what we're doing. So we built Frankenstein, we called that the Alpha. We built 2 betas. We used a swimming pool in Tulsa, Oklahoma, which if you got a swimming pool market like in Las Vegas, you've got an instant thermal battery. For all the homes with swimming pools have a thermal battery. So now we're working on production agreements. Demonstration sites would be huge. And then if anybody out here wants a piece of the action, I'll always talk to an investor. And that's it. Including the world's largest
Right,
heat
next
pump
on the
manufacturer.
list of greats, we have Neil Ethier of Ever. He's going to also present a slide. Great job already, guys. Excellent.
Are we staying on time?
Perfect.
All right.
Oh gosh. All right. I laughed at someone not going to full screen earlier with PowerPoint, and now I'm in this, and I can do the same thing. Does anyone know quickly how to view? There, that's it. Full screen mode. Thank you. Perfect.
Thank you for that. As Matt said, I'm Neil Ethier. I'm the Vice President of Business Development at Ever Technologies, and I gave this presentation yesterday afternoon in the Capri Ballroom, so I apologize to those who may have been at that presentation, so it's going to be a bit of a repeat on that. Our mission statement is to enable local clean energy autonomy everywhere. So when you think about autonomy and being able to supply yourself with what you need, energy is the top of that list. So you can never be truly autonomous unless you are energy autonomous. And we feel that we can offer that solution. there are two existential threats facing us right now. The first one is climate change. We all know about that in this room. But how do we get there? There's been a lot of investment into renewables to be able to help meet those needs of climate change. And what that does is that adds stress to the grid. It adds to your energy security challenge. When you have to move electrons from the sweet spot of the wind in the central part of the US to this outskirts, when you have solar on the other side, it adds to the grid instability, it adds to those challenges. So your energy security piece becomes hampered with that climate change emergency challenge that you're facing. The other energy security piece is what we're seeing in Russia right now, in the Ukraine, when energy is being used as a form of blackmail and an act of war, and the most heinous act that we see. So we see these two existential threats with one simple solution, which for us is Everloop. I'm going to talk to you today about this disruptive, innovative technology to extract energy from the unlimited supply, which is the Earth. We had two great talks. We had air source, we had ground source heat pumps. Now we're going really, really deep. So we're talking 23,000 feet into the Earth. We're drilling down, building out a radiator to extract energy from the subsurface. What can this mean? This can mean energy security. It can be sourced and built 100% from within North America. We need cement and we need steel. We need men and women to run the drill rigs, and we need drill rigs. We can do all of that within North America. The talk this morning with the senators was extremely enlightening and inspiring, and they talked a lot about this energy security challenge and the ability to get those products into the country. We can do that 100% with us. Resiliency, it's a bunkered fuel supply. It is drilled and it will give you energy for the next 100 years. And again, the climate crisis, we have the lowest life cycle emissions for the power solutions. So who are we? We are a Canadian company. We've been around for about 6 years. We've raised over $100 million US to date. We're currently in a Series B raise right now. We're looking to raise 135 million more. We have partners in the likes of BP, Chevron, BHP, so all of these technical validations, these big hitters in our solution. Some of the accomplishments, so the financial accomplishments. One of the big ones that we have is we were just awarded a 91.6 million euro grant to do a project in southern Germany. This was awarded by the European Union Innovation Fund. So this is a grant that was given. There was a bunch of applicants. There were 17 people who were chosen for this, or corporations. We are the only non-large multinational that was selected to be part of this. So a small startup from Canada was seen as a solution for some of the problems that they're seeing in Europe. We've had over 15 million in Canadian grants thus far, of which some of it was used in our project in New Mexico, which I'll talk to you in Everdeep. And we have a 10 million euro Dutch heat grant. Some of the technical accomplishments, we have Everlight, which is a full-scale demonstration facility. It was drilled in 2019 in Rocky Mountain House in central Alberta. It's been running for just over 3 years. Everdeep, this was the deepest well ever drilled in New Mexico. We just drilled it this past August to December. It was drilled down to 18,000 feet. We drilled not one but two laterals off of that. What we wanted to do there was we wanted to prove up the technology, we wanted to prove up the bit life, how long does our trip speed, how fast can we drill through the granite rock, can we make whipstocks in the granite rock. So all pieces of our technology that will enable us to move forward. The commercial milestones, lots of multiple partnerships and joint development agreements. Deep Energy Capital, they have put forth 750 million euros to put towards Everloop projects globally. So they're raising those capitals now. And really topical for this group is our recent signing of a PPA with NV Energy. So we just signed a 20 megawatt PPA, which I think was alluded to earlier on the panel as well. Really excited about this. It's going to be in north central Nevada, just next to the Valmy coal plant. It's currently under PUC and approval process, so that's happening right now. And then we're hoping to get that in the next few months, and then we'll start in earnest kicking forward off with that project. When you look at energy, we think of things in three ways. Is it firm, is it clean, is it scalable? The reason that all of us are here is everyone needs firm energy. That is the #1 backbone of our society. Everyone needs to be able to turn the lights in the middle of the night, wake up in the morning, not have their food spoiled. It is firm. That is the #1 criteria. As we try to decarbonize that, then we set up the clean piece of it. And really those are often mutually exclusive. You're either clean or you're firm because of the intermittency of wind and solar. So traditional geothermal falls into the category where it is both clean and firm. Now when you look at how do we make this truly scalable, we feel that the bet on that, it needs to be closed loop. We need to do something different. In Nevada, it's the second most nameplate capacity for geothermal. That's about 824 megawatts of nameplate capacity. Just under 4,000 megawatt hours were produced last year. So about 450 megawatt equivalent is what you have in Nevada for geothermal. But again, those are traditional geothermal, so you have to find them, you have to explore for them. We take that out of the equation. You just need to drill down for heat in the subsurface. It is ubiquitous, it is everywhere. We don't need to find the permeable aquifer, so that makes it truly scalable. So we feel we fit in the sweet spot of this Venn diagram. There's some other challenges that were discussed this morning as well. When you talk about geopolitical security, the top line is typical petrostates. So those have had geopolitical power over the last number of years. If you have the fossil fuels, you have the power. Now that is changing to be more of a mineral supply chain control, so you're becoming electrostates. So who owns all of that? And I think the IRA is trying to get that back. There's been other countries who have been very much focused on getting those mineral rights, and they've been doing it for 15 years. They don't care about the cost. They are controlling that supply chain. So we feel that we fit in the sweet spot of this where we can be energy autonomous. So this is what we do. This is Everlight. This was drilled in 2019. It was a full-scale prototype. It was drilled 2.5 kilometers down, 2.5 kilometers apart with 2 laterals. This is the Everloop 1.0 design. So we're drilling down and we're drilling into a sedimentary package. So in Geretsried, just south of Germany, this is going to go down to 4.5 kilometers, and then we're going to drill out into a sedimentary package, about 2.5 kilometers out, 2.5 kilometers back. A full-size Everloop will have 12 of these passes. So this big underground radiator that absorbs the heat, brings it up to the surface, and you can use it for electricity generation, heating, or cooling, as we talked about. This is what we're doing here in the US. This is a 2.0, so we're drilling down into the granitic basement, and then we're drilling down as deep as we can go. Right now, the current limitation on rigs is about 7 kilometers, about 23,000 feet, but we're doing a lot of R&D to continue to develop that to see if we can go deeper and get hotter and get more efficiency. When we look at the comparisons and how we can be truly scalable, the top bits of this is why geothermal is so fabulous. And I love geothermal. I think it's such a great resource. I want to see all of it happen everywhere. But in order for it to be scalable, to be able to go everywhere, we hit all of these things on this side. So we don't need to find that just right permeable aquifer. We can go anywhere. So that is a game changer for the geothermal industry, because it has traditionally been just a niche application where you explore for it. I spent 20 years in oil and gas. I looked for oil and gas fields. You're looking for water fields. You're looking for this brine that will be able to produce. You don't need to do that with us. You just need to drill down, build your radiator section into homogeneous rock, pull up your energy, and you have it. Flat thermal output for 30 years, declining after that at about 0.2%. So really an intergenerational bunkered fuel supply. Some of the advantages I'm just going to talk quickly through. The first one's emissions. So when you look at the emissions, this was a third-party validation that was done. We're looking at the amount of CO2 equivalent per megawatt hour produced. So there are no carbon-free, emission-free energy sources. Everything takes energy to make it. And so when you look at that, for us, it's the manufacturing of steel, the mining of and manufacturing of cement, the drilling of the rig, the drilling of the wells. And so when you look at cradle to grave, from all of those Scope 3 emissions, we are about 10 kilograms of CO2 equivalent per megawatt hour. This study was done in Germany for that project for the EIF, at which the geothermal gradient is about 32 degrees C per kilometer. Where we're looking to do that in Valmy, we think it'll be probably close to double that, so this number is going to drop in half. For equivalency, we're about the same as wind and nuclear, about 4 or 5 times better than solar PV or biomass, and then of course in order of magnitude better than the fossil fuels. When you flip on the other side of that, the materials intensity, what do you need to build these things? For us, we need steel and cement. Can be sourced here. You don't need these rare earth minerals. You don't need all of these other exotic things that we don't own or control or have that supply chain. So we feel that we fit in the sweet spot of this where we are a low emissions intensity and a low materials intensity. Land use. This is becoming more and more critical as you get NIMBYism. Where are you putting these big resources? And our amount of energy that you can get out of a system is about 35 times more dense than solar and 300 times more dense than wind, because everything happens in the subsurface, below the ground. So a really small surface footprint. You can build up to 1 gigawatt of power on one site, about 0.5 square kilometers. So really scalable. Water usage. We talked about being in droughts and then being in mega droughts. We just applied and have worked through the process of the GeoZone, which is a project that Sonoma Clean Power are doing, where they're looking at expanding the geothermal resource in Sonoma and Mendocino County, and their #1 priority was low water use. Water usage is critical, and whether you have traditional geothermal, it requires water. EGS requires a lot more water, so that's the fracking. We require a minimal amount, about 10, again this is a full life cycle, about 10 gallons per megawatt hour produced. About 8 of that is in the drilling of the wells, and about 2 is that for continual use, so a really, really small number. This one I think will be interesting for the people in the room. This is a dispatchability nature, so the ability to dispatch those electrons at a time of day when you need it. So in Nevada, the most challenging times for NV Energy are 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. Those are their challenging hours that they're trying to meet when the sun goes down. We talked about some of the challenges with batteries fitting into that. Well, we offer a really, really wonderful solution to that. For our installation, you can choose to run it baseload. You could run it at 10 megawatts, 10 megawatt nameplate capacity. You could run it at that. I mean, there's going to be some variation with ambient temperature, but 10 megawatts over a 24-hour period. Alternatively, you can look at that. You have 240 megawatt hours that you can dispatch over that time period. So you can load follow. You could shut it down for 6 hours in the middle of the day, and then you could run it at 20 megawatts between 4 and 10 when you need more of that. So it's a little more capital intensity for the organic Rankine cycle at surface, but you have the ability to dispatch and load follow. So you can shape it so it pairs really, really well with solar. Third-party validation, I won't go through this because I know we're short of time here. A couple of projects that we're working on. Again, that grant that we're working on in southern Germany. In the far side, it's in Geretsried, which is just south of the city of Munich. We'll be drilling up to 4 Everloops on this site to feed into the German feed-in tariff and it'll be a combined heat and power, also providing heat to a local district heating network. The New Mexico project we drilled last year. We drilled down to about 11,000 feet, and then we continued on to about 18,000 feet, 16,000 feet for the first one, came back up, whip stopped out, and drilled down to about 18,000 feet for the second well. This is a picture of it. You can go on our website. Our website is fantastic to learn more about what we're doing. I won't go into that. Just some of the photos of our earthworks. And this is my last slide here. This is what is the opportunity for us, and the opportunity is really huge. This was a study done by DSolve where they looked at a net zero 2050 grid. What does that look like? How do we get to net zero? And without Everloop, it's about 1/3 solar, 1/3 wind, and 1/3 other. When you add Ever into the mix, this was done using a electricity resource capacity expansion model. So they had a couple of variables. One of them was, what is the cost of the alternative? So what are the costs of wind and solar? A high and a low predicted cost. And what are the electricity assumptions? So are we using a lot of electricity, or are we using a really lot of electricity? And so in the most optimistic forever, where they're using a lot of electricity in the Western Interconnect and the cost of the alternative is high, 40% of that grid should be in Everloops. What that means is annual system savings costs of about $20 billion. Total system capacity, you build out about 108 less gigawatts because of the intermittency. We run, our capacity factor is 98%. We're not at 28%. So you don't need to build out all this extra capacity. And then, of course, it saves you 2.2 million acres in land use because you're not building this all out. In the intermediate space where Everloop, where it's a low predicted electricity usage and a low alternative, we are about halfway through this. It's about 20%. So this paper is on our website, so you can go, this is just a snapshot of it, but the full technical paper is on our website, so you can go and look through that. Why is Nevada wonderful? It is wonderful because it's red. This is a heat flow map by SNU. There's a great resource below it. It's a basin of range, it's hot. So it is going to be the most capitally efficient place in the near term. So the western states, this is where I focus. The western states, Nevada is a wonderful place to do it, and that's why our first project will be in Valmy in north central Nevada. We also have projects all over the world. You can see lots of dots here in the western US, which is where I'm working. In Germany, we have a lot of dots. A lot of that is for district heating networks. So you can imagine in Germany and other places that are reliant on Russian gas to heat their big district heating networks, we can displace that. We can go in, drill one of these big things. One Everloop has enough heat for around 20,000 homes. So you can build those out and you can kind of scale from that point. I hope I've shared with you today some of the benefits of our technology. One of the things that I'd like to point out before I go is that we are a technology company. So we're going to act as a developer for our first stage, but we are a technology company. We want to enable others to do this. In order for us to be truly scalable, to be disruptive, to be impactful in this space, we need to allow others to do this. We need to enable others. So we will just sell this technology, others can develop it. We're going to kind of accredit third-party EPCs to evaluate it and be able to drill these. And so we're going to develop them ourselves first, but then our model is to really grow and be able to allow others to do this. So I think that I've taken more than enough time, so I will stop now. Happy to talk with anyone afterwards as well. Thanks.
Great slides, guys. I appreciate that. So we'll start off with an easy one. How specifically will your technology be beneficial or impactful to the Nevada residents and the Nevada's economy?
Is this working? Nope. Oh, there we go. Wow. On so many levels. So we heard earlier in the discussions, air conditioning peaks are absolutely the critical component in Nevada. And then yesterday we heard about how transportation is, there's a lot of discussion. Can we add electric vehicles and meet these needle peaks? Well, if the needle peaks went away, you can basically raise the load factor of your grid with current established investment, not have to plant more money into poles and wires and transformers and all that good stuff. And so our technology is designed to make sure that peak goes away. So rather than worrying about the air conditioner pounding away at 6 o'clock at night when people want to charge their car, we'll just bring it down to 800 watts per ton instead of 1.2 or 1.3 kW per ton, and now there's plenty of capacity for vehicle charging. So it really minimizes that societal investment in the grid to deliver the same space conditioning and water heating people wanted in the first place.
Totally agree. So on the summertime cooling side of things, as the grid becomes cleaner, and as you're transitioning through this period of increased capacity, you're actually reducing demand and overall energy use with heat pumps. On the heating side of things in the wintertime, you're transitioning from a combustion source potentially to a cleaner electric grid. So beneficial in both regards, while also reducing energy use.
Speaking from a high level now, you've talked about the demand side. I think from the supply side, in order to have that firm, reliable energy, how are you going to get there? And so I think that our solution provides that firmness, and it can pair really well with the other intermittents to be able to give Nevadans the reliability that they desire. That top piece that I talked about, that firmness, that is number one always. You can be as clean as you want, but if your lights are not turned on in the night, you're going to have some upset people. It's happening in Europe right now. They're moving away from decarbonization because keeping people alive is more important than decarbonizing. And so your priorities shift over time. And so you need to be cognizant of those are real priorities. But if you can give a solution that helps to meet all of those, then I think that's where we feel that we can do that, and we're excited about that.
Thank you, guys. Another one here. What are some of the policy mechanisms or levers that could help use some of your technology or products while improving the lives of Nevada residents? How are we going about this? How are we getting it through?
Sure, I'll start with that. The IRA is hugely impactful for us. It is game-changing for us to be able to move forward. Where we are is, we hit all of those pretty easily. The domestic content piece, it is steel, it's cement. We can do that. The ability to have fair prevailing wages and apprenticeship. These are highly trained, high-priced oil and gas drillers, and so we hit that. And then the other one is energy community. So we are placing this first program next to the retiring Valmy coal plant. I said that's the last coal plant in NV's fleet. That's where we're going to be putting this first project. So we could get up to that 50% ITC or higher PTCs based on that. So hugely impactful. When you talk about policy that can be made at the state level, I think that some of the permitting discussions, some of the policy to be able to move through things is something that is challenging, and it's something that continues to be challenging for how do you permit a geothermal project versus others. And I think that some of that needs to be streamlined and made easier so that we can move forward and get into this. For one example, is the capacity allocation at a solar farm. These guys have the infrastructure there, they've got the capacity allocation, but those wires are not being used for 75% of the time, or their capacity factor is probably 28%, somewhere in that range. So 70% of the time, there's no electrons going onto that wire. Is there a way that we could come in with that dispatchability mode, not disrupting anything on the solar side, but then being able to utilize the infrastructure to be able to move those electrons around to help to provide the energy that's required?
For heat pumps, as we just, obviously the IRA is coming. We're likely looking at another year or two waiting for programs to develop and roll out on that. So we have an interim gap where incentives are going to be very, very important, as I mentioned during my presentation, to stop installing the wrong stuff right now, right? To get ahead of the curve. The other piece is workforce. We already are short on HVAC installers across the country, and we're going to have a growing need. How are we going to identify those individuals? How are we going to train them? How are we going to deploy them? And how are we going to properly pay them? That comes into getting them into the field in the first place. How do we attract young people to come to these trades? That's really probably the bigger issue from our perspective.
I'm going to speak globally to heat pumps. So I really enjoyed the discussion earlier today on there was kind of this trepidation of what will the gas companies do when we ban gas and all that kind of stuff. I've been in this industry long enough to remember when the state wanted to pass legislation to ban electric water heaters, and actually went and testified on how that was a bad idea. One of my few victories. That was actually when Tom was in this Nevada Energy office. What's missing is the electric side. We had renewable portfolio standards. That's how we got wind and solar on the grid. They said you will put this much renewable generation on your grid, and the utility companies fought that, and guess what? We got RPS, and suddenly wind is cheaper than coal, and everybody thinks it was a great idea, and they don't remember how hard it was when that battle was fought. What we don't have is equal legislation to get rid of natural gas. So when I moved to Colorado, a bunch of us worked on, and we finally got it this last legislative session, we called it the Renewable Thermal Standard, the RTS, that said, dear gas companies, you have to offset this much of your existing gas sales with renewable thermal options. You pick them, you fund them, you get them installed, you jumpstart the market. And if you made that single policy change, you would see technologies like ours and others burn down the barn.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. We got another one. In your opinion, what are some key markets or segments that Nevada should focus on as far as expansion to ensure an equitable and responsible market transformation?
In Colorado, not to brag about I don't know if it's my adopted, I'm just living there for a while. I'll be back in Reno. I have a grave plot here, so I know I'm going to be back. It's just a matter of time. I'm a fifth generation Nevadan, so I got to come back to Reno. The ancestors came here when it was Lakes Crossing, so my family predates Reno. What was that question again?
What key markets are you focused on?
Equity is important. So in Colorado, we did what we called, there was a program done called the Beach Model. And it was basically beneficial electrification and weatherization for low-income folks. They targeted a propane-powered mobile home park, of which there are many in Nevada. And if you could fund those retrofits where you go and you fix the structure, you replace the gas appliances, which are causing horrible indoor air quality issues, get rid of fossil fuel heating, it's the most expensive, which is propane, and do that for those folks, you'll create two things. You'll prove your technology, you'll create your workforce, you'll lift people up from their energy bills, and the lower you are in the economic scale, the higher percentage energy is as your family income. And so I really, if you haven't looked into it, it was in the Roaring Fork Valley in Colorado. the beach model, I think, would be an awesome way for Nevada to make an impact with those communities.
I will echo that is fantastic, exactly what you said there. Trying to diversify the thought here, I'll add, secondly, we need to focus on water. This is going to have a huge equity impact down the road as well, as folks who are less able to afford those finite resources. So we need to focus on stopping the water waste. Paul talked earlier about cooling towers and the massive impact that they have in terms of water waste. So focusing on eliminating those technologies and moving to, I'll say the future, but it's really the now technologies that can offset those water-using technologies.
I don't think I have anything to add there. You're good.
Okay, no problem. So that will be our time. Can you guys give these guys a warm welcome and thank you?
Good job, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Good morning. My name is Kevin McGeehee. I'm one of the coordinators for the Clean Energy Transportation Conference, and we're here this morning interviewing Tom Polakalis, the director and really the mind behind the whole program. Tom, what was the impetus for creating this event?
So Nevada's had a number of clean energy conferences over the years. Jennifer Taylor, formerly of the Clean Energy Project, hosted the National Clean Energy Forum in Las Vegas for many years, brought people from around the country, really put Nevada onto center stage. Fairly recently, up until COVID, we were doing annual conferences here in Reno, right on the cusp of the legislative session. In those years where the legislature, by law, goes into session on the first Monday of February. So this conference replicates that idea to convene energy stakeholders from around the state right on the cusp of the legislative session. We're able to engage citizens that are interested in energy policy, stakeholders, whether they be public utility commissioners, energy advocates, utilities, entrepreneurs, just basically bringing folks together. And this year, it's even more important because there's a wave of money coming down from the federal government pursuant to the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law. So we're trying to apprise Nevadans of these huge opportunities, whether it be for schools, cities, the private sector for EV charging, tax credits for a number of products. So if we can get Nevadans informed, that's going to increase the probability that Nevadans can access that money, and we're going to be able to get more projects going that are going to benefit the state in many ways.
Can you identify some of the sponsors that are participating in this?
Yeah, and really this is a tremendous collaborative effort between the public and private sectors. We were able to approach RTC of Washoe County with the idea that we wanted to showcase clean transportation technologies. They are a national leader in the deployment of battery electric buses. They're now going to go into the area of hydrogen fuel cell buses. So Washoe County RTC is truly a national leader. They were the first major sponsor of the conference. We had worked previously with the Peppermill Hotel Casino, which has one of the most innovative heating systems for a building in hot water. They drilled 4,000 feet into the earth. They were able to bring heat up using heat exchangers and so forth, and now they're saving millions of dollars on formerly natural gas bills that they now no longer need to use. So geothermal technologies is a huge opportunity for the state of Nevada. Peppermill is a great example of one of those technologies that is being now studied by a number of other entities. NV Energy certainly has always played a major part in these conferences. We also have Captain, a very fascinating company coming up from Las Vegas that runs a fleet of electric vehicles as a transportation service in southern Nevada. We have probably the most innovative geothermal company in the world called Ever, which is coming down from Canada. They can do some new technology that makes geothermal accessible pretty much anywhere. We're working with the Nevada Franchised Auto Dealers Association, which has their members showcasing a number of the new electric cars, whether it be the F-150 Lightning or several of the other really exciting trucks. We're going to have a showcase of those types of vehicles presented by NFADA, and thanks to them, we're going to be able to really see some of the coolest cars that are coming off the assembly line and now available to consumers.
Wow, that's great. So what's the agenda like? I mean, what are people going to get to experience when they come to the event at the Peppermill?
So we're doing 2 days. The first day is focused on transportation. One of the key things that the Nevada legislature has been studying is how we fund our roads. Because to have a vibrant economy, you need a vibrant transportation system. So basically taking a look at the policies that other states have already put into place so that electric vehicles or hydrogen fuel cell vehicles or anything that's not paying a tax at the gas pump can be included in helping fund roads. So we're bringing in national experts that have a proposal that's basically a fee per mile. So any car on any fuel is still going to use the road. So the idea is if you can charge based on the number of miles driven, then everybody's going to be paying their fair share. So we're going to take a look at those types of policies with people coming in from a national association that advocates that. Also, we have Director of Innovative Products from the Utah Department of Transportation. State of Utah has already moved forward on this concept, bringing together stakeholders from, again, both Southern and Northern Nevada, as well as our State Department of Transportation. So we've got folks that are taking a look at that. There's also the big push to electrify our transportation system. You may have heard the term the Nevada Electric Highway. If you're going to be traveling to California, if you're going to be traveling to Utah, long distances, we have a great, vast state. I just drove it yesterday, 500 miles. And the idea is if you're going to be on the roads, you want to have charging that's accessible so that you can get across the state and into Utah or into Arizona, wherever it is that you want to go, and not be subject to running out of electricity. So those types of federal incentives will now make sure that we have a very robust charging infrastructure, not only across the state of Nevada, but so that we have basically across the country. We want to make sure that we have corridors where electric vehicles can charge. We move into the afternoon on the electric transportation side with incentives both for consumers to buy cars, but also what can a business access so that a business that wants to provide that service, there is federal money to both tax credits and grants that can help develop the infrastructure so that we can have electric transportation at a much higher degree than we currently have.
Can you tell me a little bit about what's happening on Friday at the Innevation Center?
So Friday is, so we've separated out, we've got transportation on Thursday. Friday is much broader based, just because there's so many clean energy technologies that are available. And Nevada is, again, as we compare Nevada to the rest of the country, Nevada is the epicenter for a number of clean energy technologies. We're going to start Friday morning with a legislative review, taking a look at where Nevada's at from a policy perspective from the 2017 session, which saw, I believe it was 11 clean energy bills passed. 2019, there was another, say, half dozen. Nevada has really moved forward and aggressively into a number of spaces, whether that be a green bank. We now have a financial institution that's taking a look at overcoming cost barriers. That was a result of past legislation. Nevada is now moving towards a renewable portfolio standard, meaning that by 2030, no less than 50% of the state's electricity is going to come from renewable energy resources. Noting back to the past, one of the great things in Nevada is that clean energy tech is recognized as an economic development opportunity. So it's bipartisan, though that particular bill with what's termed the RPS was passed the state Senate with a number of extremely conservative folks, right? We're conservatives and focused on business. It passed unanimously through the state Senate. So that's a tremendous achievement to those entrepreneurs and the business folks that have made the very powerful case that clean energy tech means jobs, economic diversification, and a brighter economic future for the state. And that will include both solar tech, lithium mining, processing of materials, batteries. We're looking at the potential for tens of thousands of jobs being created. So those kinds of discussions take place in the morning. Then we get into really interesting emerging technologies that can not only save energy and money, but of critical importance to Southern Nevada, there are technologies that can also save water. So we have an opportunity to put into place ways that a building can be cooled at the commercial level so that water does not need to be evaporated which is, of course, of increasing concern not only to Las Vegas, but to Phoenix, the entire Southwest. So taking a look at things that we can do now to save energy, water, and money.
So, Tom, I understand that national security plays kind of an important role in the way you guys address these issues. Can you explain us a little bit about that?
Yeah, definitely. And this is why this particular conference has, to some extent, an economic development component to it, a very significant economic development component. But there's also the growing concern with where we get our energy resources. So we're not only talking about petroleum and natural gas, but where we're going to be getting those materials needed to electrify transportation. So Nevada is positioned extremely well in terms of lithium mining, but lithium is processed mostly in China. So there are a number of companies that are looking, how do we bring that segment of the lithium and the battery manufacturing process to the United States and hopefully to Nevada. Nevada is incredibly well positioned with both mining. We now have also at least 2 major companies that are recycling batteries. So the idea is to basically go from A to Z, where Nevada could be providing the lithium-ion batteries needed for transportation, also for storing renewable energy, as we know that wind and solar can be intermittent. With a robust battery system, you can basically make those firm resources just like you can with companies like Ever that are in geothermal with that levelized production. So bottom line is, when we can produce more fuel, and electricity is a fuel, and the studies show it is the cleanest, it is the cheapest. If you're driving on electricity, you're going to save somewhere between $500 to $1,000 a year, as compared to gasoline at today's prices, let alone what they may go to should there be more turmoil in the Middle East, and that's definitely a possibility. So really, clean energy tech and electric transportation, hydrogen fuel cells, biofuels, those become national security concerns, and also an opportunity to strengthen the United States. As we electrify transportation, as we bring in more diverse fuels into the mix, that has the impact of putting downward pressure on petroleum prices. You take a look, and this is nothing new. Back at the turn of the century, the first president to drive an electric car, Teddy Roosevelt, back at that time, 50% of the cars on the road were electric. If we did that today, if you take that what already was achieved in the 1900s, if we had 50% of cars in the United States being electric, that would put massive downward pressure on oil prices globally. That would reduce the funds the Russians are able to make off of petroleum. Most of their budget is funded by oil and gas revenues, and that's where they get the funding for the invasion of Ukraine and for basically creating problems throughout the world. So if we can diminish the resources that the Russians have, or that other countries that are not necessarily friendly to the United States, downward pressure on oil is a huge national security imperative. Also, it also benefits when we get, say, oil to the price of $40 a barrel. That's where the Russians balance their budget. So if we can go below that, then they're going to be in a budget deficit. When they're making above it, then they're making bank. So that's something that we really need to push. Also, from the environmental standpoint, there's a number of projects, whether they be the tar sands in Canada or some offshore drilling. When the price of oil is down below $40 a barrel, those projects are not economical. So you get the benefit of a national security strategic move by hitting the Russians and hitting others that have basically their governments are funded by oil revenues. We also get some environmental benefits. So very important from a job standpoint, from a national security standpoint, and an environmental standpoint to make this transition to electric transportation, hydrogen fuel cell transportation, other alternative fuels. There are a number of entrepreneurs that are even pulling carbon dioxide out of the air. They're combining it with hydrogen and creating a methanol and some liquid fuels. And that's kind of the thing that we really want to stimulate at this conference, bring together entrepreneurs with financial resources and folks that can really get these types of businesses off the ground and see some impacts as quickly as possible.
Wow, that's really great. I love how you've married those together in true spirit of collaboration.
Well, the time is of the essence, depending upon how you see the world. There's the term the black swan, something that's unexpected that you can't foresee, but a number of folks are saying Not only do we have a problem in Ukraine and Russian oil coming off the market, one analyst, a guy named Peter Zahan, says that war between Saudi Arabia and Iran it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And when you get that conflict in the Middle East, what we're paying now at the pump is going to seem like the good old days. So we want to get people moving in these directions as quickly as possible to minimize what may happen. And it's going to, as we develop these indigenous resources of electric transportation, hydrogen fuel cell transportation, good for our economy, and it's going to insulate us from what may happen or is likely to happen in the years or decades to come.
Tom, looks like on Thursday you have an interesting event called High Voltage Nights. Can you tell us about that?
We're excited about High Voltage Nights. We see an opportunity to basically add some sizzle to the event and have some fun at a mixer and some different elements. We've seen various conventions come to Nevada and elsewhere where by adding in a social component, you can get people coming into Nevada in particular. That's our goal. We would love to have hundreds, if not thousands of people coming to Nevada, both north and south, for these types of events. High Voltage Nights is the idea basically to add a party and fun to electric transportation. So with that, if you want to take a look at, there's a number of other events that are transportation focused that bring tens of thousands of people to Nevada. We're going to be looking to the future and trying to make this the first of several high voltage nights that can showcase the latest electric transportation, whether that be electric vehicles or electric snowmobiles or electric boats or even electric airplanes are coming. So if we can showcase the latest and greatest technology here in Nevada and make it fun, we think that there's an opportunity to generate basically some room tax and be another source of benefit to Nevada's economy by bringing in people from out of state for this type of annual event.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
So we're looking at the Convention and Visitors Authority sees the potential not only to grow an event, and this is where the Peppermill has been such a great partner. Peppermill now hosts the Geothermal Rising Conference, a national conference that brings in thousands of people from around the world. So we're seeing an economic development opportunity by hosting clean energy events. So we've talked to a number of folks that see this as one way to promote tourism, but by showcasing what Nevada is doing in its own right and just being the best place for these types of conferences. We know people that are coming to our event and High Voltage Nights that are coming in from Utah. They want to come for the information. They also want to ski Mount Rose, right? So you get that combination of being able to have a great draw. There's no prettier place on earth than the Reno, Tahoe area. So we can bring people in for great information, but then they're going to stay another day or two and enjoy the wonderful environment that we have for recreation and other opportunities.
Wow, that's really great. You're really advancing the Northern Nevada and Southern Nevada business opportunities and great opportunities for people just to participate and learn more about clean energy. So really grateful that you guys have decided to do this event.
Well, thank you. Appreciate the interest and appreciate the show for being a great supporter. We might conclude that both days are going to be available on a live stream. We're working with Nevada newsmakers on both days, actually. We'll have a YouTube link so that you can't make the event in person. You're going to be able to access the information online for free, thanks to sponsors like NV Energy and others that have made the live stream possible. So you want to tune in via the internet, delighted to have you, and then maybe in 2024 we can get you to come to some of these events in person.
Wow, thanks a lot, Tom. That's great.
Thank you, Kevin. I'm Polakalis, one of the organizers of the Nevada Clean Energy and Transportation Conference. My guest today is Caleb Cage, one of the key organizers of an association that's really driving clean energy and making it more economical across the country, not only in Nevada. So Caleb, thanks for joining us this morning.
Thanks for the opportunity, Tom.
So give us a little bit of background about yourself. How did you end up coming into the clean energy space? Go as far back as you'd like to college or your career after college.
So I'm born and raised here in Sparks, Nevada, and grew up here, went to all school here all the way through high school, graduated from Reed High School, and then went into college after. And went off and studied history, and then went into the Army in 2002. And so I was in the Army for about 5 years, and then came back to Nevada, which was home, which was always home, and always where I was going to come back to, and have been serving in government positions for 15 years after that. First with the Lieutenant Governor's office in focusing on economic development and tourism, and then headed up the Office of Veteran Services for the state. Served in the Governor's office. Was the emergency manager for 4 years for the state, and then had a couple of stints at the Nevada System of Higher Education before, and leading the COVID effort from the Governor's office before last year, when I started my own company, consulting on various projects in the state. When I was approached by a group that was looking to start a collaboration between companies that are involved in the lithium supply chain here in the state of Nevada, and wanting to see what the opportunities for developing a conference and potentially developing a formal trade association at some point. So
very exciting.
Very
exciting. Let me rewind and just first thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And that's one of the topics that is on the periphery of clean energy issues. We've addressed national security from a clean energy standpoint a number of times in Nevada, bringing out some retired admirals and generals. So you're being there and having been on the front lines. Thank you very much for that. Tell us a little bit more about the association. So what kind of companies are coming on board, and what are your goals and purposes of the association?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we're very much in the initial stages, and before that, I'll rewind. We were in the process of establishing a summit or conference of some form when we learned about the work that you were doing, and of the Nevada Clean Energy and Transportation Conference. What was going on there, and we thought it was just a beautiful opportunity to align our efforts and join your efforts instead of creating something that was duplicating, because so much great work had already been done. So that really was our first objective, and you provided us a great opportunity to just dovetail into your work, which was great. The trade association is still very, very early. It's still in the discussion phases right now.
Okay.
But we're looking at education and awareness as one of our goals, and just letting the people in the state know how significant the lithium supply chain is here in the state of Nevada.
Right.
And workforce development and economic development. So how do we add to that supply chain? Where are the places where there are opportunities?
So as you're on the cusp of an announcement for the association, can you mention any specific companies, or would it be better to just describe the type of categories that they're in?
Yeah,
so,
all 7 stages. Yeah, so all 7 stages of the lithium supply chain in Nevada are represented, and so the idea is that it's continuous, right? It's from exploration and mining, actually identifying where the resources are. And the appropriate extraction methods to get that to market, to the chemical manufacturing for the anode and cathode phase, which is I'm a history major, so that is well out of my
mine too.
My frame of reference, but my frame of knowledge rather. But so all the way along the line, so we have. All the way to recycling. So we have, in Nevada, we have all 7 stages represented.
A to Z.
It's the only state in the nation that has the complete lithium supply chain represented.
Which is both exciting, but let's get into why is that important? What's up with lithium? Why is it important to our clean energy future?
Oh, well, why is it important to our clean energy future is it's an extraordinary, I'm trying to connect the dots between the locality of the supply chain and the national and global opportunity. You alluded to this in your opening remarks. There's a huge national security element to it, and making sure that we can be energy independent, that we as a nation are able to provide for transportation, provide for energy consistency across the grid, through battery storage in home units and those sorts of things. Just really reducing our reliance on other countries and on the rest of the world in developing petroleum as a resource. And petroleum has been extraordinary for our economy over the last 100 years and 150 years as we know, but there are downsides to it, right? You alluded to the fact that I was in the Middle East, and a lot of these global issues can be related to resources,
Sure.
and so creating that independence provides more flexibility and more opportunity for us as a nation. That's one side of it. I think a more significant or equal or greater significance is the global impact of climate change and how we're seeing that happen. I was the emergency manager for 4 years, as I said earlier, and there's no doubt that increased wildfires, increased flooding, and the consequences of those events is growing in the West.
And those are costly events too.
Those are costly events, right? They're billions of dollars go into recovering from these incidents nationally. And drought, right? There's a Western Drought Summit going on right now, as your conference is being held, to address the reductions necessary in the states that are along the Colorado River, and we're one of those states, and that's an extraordinary impact of climate change. And so, the importance of Nevada contributing to that is I think exceptional, is an exceptional opportunity for our state.
And let's dig into that a little bit. With Nevada's resources and the 7 stages of lithium mining, processing, and recycling, how do our resources compare to what might be the national demand for lithium and possibly international demand? What would be the context of how important is Nevada to the nation and possibly to the world?
You know, I was reading a white paper last night that laid this out perfectly, actually. President Biden signed an executive order in August of 2021 that basically set the goal of 50% of cars and light-duty vehicles being sold in the country being electric vehicles or some form of alternative energy. And Nevada represents 59% of the national workforce in that field. It's an extraordinary statistic. 59% in a state with a population of around 3 million people.
And what's that workforce expected to do over the next few years?
I wish I had referenced the report more clearly, but
growing.
You know, it's growing exponentially over the next 20 years, and demand is anticipated to grow for battery storage, for homes, for vehicles, for all kinds of uses probably that we haven't even imagined yet right now. So 59% of the workforce, the largest known lithium deposit in the world is in Nevada. The largest undeveloped natural resource is at Rhyolite Ridge in southern Nevada or south central Nevada. So the resource is there. The workforce is extraordinary. We're always trying to focus on workforce efforts here, but 59% is a significant number. And the ingenuity and innovation is clearly there as well. We're seeing companies that are developing specific pieces of elements of the stages, right? So growing the capability to develop and improve upon the battery manufacturing phase, or all the way to Tesla and Panasonic, who supplies the batteries for Tesla here in northern Nevada, which was an economic development opportunity from 2014, right? So just every stage being present means that there's more opportunity. There's less time and space that is used for transportation of the resource between that chain. There's one or two state and a federal regulatory structure that this falls within, which is important in industry, as you know, being able to have consistency and predictability, and just being able to really focus on, as you're doing with your conferences, we're trying to do with establishing this trade association, really being able to focus the energy and bring together the partners in a way that can make it a seamless transition through each stage.
The thought came to mind as you were describing that we need to figure out which of Nevada's valleys can be labeled Lithium Valley as compared to Silicon.
Silicon Valley, right, exactly.
So this really becomes an epicenter of the entire lithium development. And so going back into, so we've got electric transportation being a very key end use for lithium, correct?
Mhm.
Then you mentioned storage, but in terms of transportation, you referenced greenhouse, or at least climate change issues, but have you looked at the benefits of electric transportation just in local air quality and what's contributing to air quality here in both Las Vegas and in northern Nevada?
I'm very much looking forward to learning more about this at your conference. That's not in the discussions. Not that it's not important at all. We've been focusing on the really the necessary steps that we need to take right now. But without question, air quality, quality of life, economic opportunity, all of these things that can contribute to Nevada and Nevadans to improve that quality of life, I think, are extremely important.
With that, I'll put a great shout out to the Washoe County Air Quality District, which has really advanced the notion that local air quality can be improved significantly with benefits to human health. The other just quick interjection is oftentimes people will say, well, if I'm not driving an electric vehicle, what's in it for me? If I'm, why should I be supportive of it? And I go back as far to the days of the oil embargo, in which we were sitting in lines for gasoline, right? So this probably a bit before your time, but the thought comes to mind that if you've got at least one less car that's in line ahead of you to get some gas, that's a good thing. And overall, if you're not competing for the same resource, so you're driving an electric vehicle, I'm not, that should put a little bit of downward pressure on the price of gasoline. So the more electric cars on the road do benefit those folks that aren't pursuing the electric vehicles themselves.
Yeah, so I think that was the Carter administration, and I was born during the Carter administration, but not coherent. So
they're a student of history too. So
but I've read about it for sure. So yeah, so you see all of these effects, right? And that's back to this idea of energy independence and what international or global events, the impacts that they have on individuals, right? Not just the United States, not just the local economy, but individuals in particular. And we've seen those pictures of people waiting in lines.
I was one of them.
You were one of them. Lines that were extremely long. Because I think the phrase was this led to stagflation and a slowdown of the American economy and all of those things. Or that was a part or a contributing factor to that. For the individual, all of these things affect, right? So, 2008, we saw the Great Recession hit the United States and the housing bubble and how that played out in individual lives, right? So that was a national event that was outside of the control of anybody in Nevada, any particular individual. But Nevada had the highest unemployment rate coming out of that, the greatest majority of people living in poverty coming out of that, had the highest foreclosure rate, and on and on and on. We were the hardest hit state in the nation because of that. And that's just an example of how these economic factors trickle down to the individual who have to figure out how to survive in those instances. In the event of some sort of energy crisis that prevented the flow of petroleum in ways that we're used to.
Right.
I mean, right now, haven't filled up in the last few days, but $4 gasoline was unfathomable when I was growing up.
Right.
Go to Europe and 20 years ago when I was living in Europe, and it was about $6 a gallon at the time there. It's much more common and expected there. But here, we expect energy prices to be low.
So let's jump on that, since you're talking about fuel. With the lithium transportation or the electric vehicles and batteries, electricity becomes the fuel. So we're really looking at the price of a product or a fuel that's produced in Nevada, whether it be NV Energy or one of the electric cooperatives. So those fuels, so we've got electricity that can be produced in Nevada. Meanwhile, we're importing, I think that former Senator Chris Brooks said we're in aggregate maybe importing $8 to $9 billion a year worth of fossil fuels. So what you're doing, I think, is really going to help Nevada become more energy independent, keep more of those energy dollars inside the state, where we're not exporting dollars in order to bring in liquid fossil fuels.
Liquid fossil fuel or getting energy, selling energy that's generated here in the state of Nevada to other states to equalize their grids, or all kinds of different things that are different elements of independence that are a part of this overall discussion.
It's a huge economic opportunity.
Huge.
Bottom line is this is economic development, diversification,
right?
Job creation. Have you, within the association, do you see a role for our academic institutions? Like what's going to be happening at UNR, UNLV, or other community colleges and so forth in terms of training for those new jobs, or you have any discussions with some of the academics yet?
Yeah, so the individual companies have for sure, and my role is sort of the project manager in bringing together, pulling these threads together into a coherent and unified strategy. I have not been in a lot of discussions with academics and researchers. I have a background in workforce development at the system of higher education, so I know a lot of those people. I know that system pretty well. Not just the educational side of it, but the workforce training component and the federal dollars and state dollars that go into that, and how, as Governor Lombardo recently mentioned, coordinating that system is extremely important. I think the companies that are integrated into our discussions, I don't want to call it a coalition yet, is very early nascent stages, but the companies that are there are absolutely working with the research components within the system of higher education. This is where the minds that are behind some of these innovations come from. You see it out of University of Nevada, Las Vegas. You see it out of University of Nevada, Reno. Those research partnerships with our R1 institutions is strong. Lithium Americas recently opened a joint laboratory facility with the University of Nevada, Reno. I think, if I remember correctly, a part of the deal in 2014 was for Tesla to provide, I think it was $37 million to our education system for research and development. And since then, with the boom of 59% of the workforce nationally is in Nevada, being able to really align those training and education programs to develop that workforce is huge. I think one example that really comes to mind is the advanced manufacturing certification process that Truckee Meadows Community College and Western Nevada College engaged in with Tesla and Panasonic when they started. Being able to put the people through a 6-month training program, certification program on advanced manufacturing, right?
So that's great to see jobs of the future being filled, or at least having
that
conduit,
opportunity,
having that opportunity,
the
exactly.
Conduit, yeah.
So we hit transportation, think fairly hard. Let's go to the stationary storage a little bit. So I keep on hearing that the sun does not shine at night.
I've heard that,
which is actually arguable, right? Because it's just where the Earth is rotating. But so how does battery storage complement renewables that are intermittent? So predominantly solar and wind are the ones that come up in those discussions.
Yeah, so Nevada is this uniquely situated place, right? We have geothermal energy, we have great opportunities for wind energy, and obviously sunlight. And we've seen in the last 10 years the development of these solar arrays throughout the vast desert that is Nevada, to help provide some of that, offset some of the energy demand requirements and the stress on the grid that the need for more energy in daytime. You see increasing amounts of home solar, which is dedicated to that. A lot of that energy goes right back to the grid. which is helpful as well. And I think this is another piece of the pie. Obviously, as you said earlier, there are trade-offs in all of these decisions, and every policy decision and policy discussion includes trade-offs. It's just it's just the nature of it. So there is a requirement for more charging stations throughout the state as we move towards 50% of vehicles sold in the country being alternative energy of some sort, which is the president's goal. And home storage.
Home storage, to circle back around to that, given that in the news recently there have been in various parts of the country, whether by weather or other instances, power outages that have been extended. So
yeah,
really you're talking about essentially making the community more resilient.
More resilient, that's right. Yeah, and so being able to have the independent, the individual ability to when the grid goes down, or when there's some disruption, some disaster, or some crisis that causes a disruption to the grid, being able to continue to run energy, run the heat in your home, to be able to run the lights. And we were on a generator for a few days just last month, just in January.
You got a generator, and the Ford F-150 Lightning has a pretty good capacity.
It has the capacity to do it, right? Or if it's a home unit. And some of the interest in the organizations that have been expressed interest in joining the coalition as we stand it up have been end users, right? So organizations that use a large amount of energy, being able to offset their carbon footprint, to be able to have that consistency and that control over their own power generation, to be able to use batteries as a way to store that energy, so that in the event of an interruption, or in order to stabilize or reduce their overall energy from the grid, they would be able to rely on those battery backups like we do in a lot of other
tremendous benefits your association is working towards. So we'll kind of wrap with that. You've hit on environmental benefits, national security benefits, resilient grid. So I think I can express thanks to all of us that are going to be at the Nevada Clean Energy and Transportation Conference. Thank you, and Godspeed in your work in getting this association launched and in meeting your goals.
Thank you.
And thank you for being a key part of the conference and taking on the breakout session that's going to really do the deep dive with your experts, going into how to accelerate and make this coalition happen and get more jobs in Nevada.
Appreciate it. Thanks for what you're doing.
Thank you very much. It's Tom Polakalis, one of the organizers of the Nevada Clean Energy and Transportation Conference, coming up the Thursday, the 2nd of February, and Friday, the 3rd. With me today is Paul Nelson of the Regional Transportation Commission of Washoe County, and thank you for joining us today. And you're a key sponsor of the event, so thank you very much for the leadership that you've exhibited. Tell me a little bit about how RTC Washoe County is doing on deploying electric buses and zero-emission vehicles.
Yeah, so RTC has been one of the leaders in the country when it comes to using clean energy to fuel our buses. We were the first ones in the state back in 2010 to put electric buses into revenue service, and then I think it was 2014 when we actually started using our first electric buses. Today, a third of our fleet is electric.
That's impressive. Yeah.
And then we also have other renewable energy sources, including we're looking to get hydrogen fuel cell buses. We've got CNG buses, and we also have diesel hybrid electric.
So you've got these, what may be perceived as more exotic technologies, but what's the reason behind it? So why did you make the move, and kind of what was the direction that you got from the board of directors and so forth? So why the move into these clean energy tech buses?
I think it's doing our part to help keep the air clean.
Got it.
When we've got cleaner buses, then we've got more people hopefully getting on those buses. That's taking them out of their fuel cars and putting them into a clean bus instead of polluting the air even more.
So lower emissions translates into cleaner air and various benefits, whether it be reducing asthma or whatever bad air quality may precipitate.
Yeah, and then there's also, from what the riders are telling us, they like these buses because A, they're quiet.
Quieter, Yeah.
And the other one is they're not breathing in the fumes from the diesel.
Good point. Good point. With that, you mentioned hydrogen, which is a topic that wasn't addressed by our previous speaker. We have what kind of fuel source is hydrogen, and anything in terms of what do you see the future of hydrogen, and how does it complement the battery electrics?
Well, we're hoping that if these things work as well as we think they will, the range will be better.
Okay.
You know, our buses are supposed to go about 300 miles a day for their routes. The electric ones have a limitation. They go about 100 miles. So the hydrogen fuel cell buses will hopefully give us quite a bit more range, possibly 200 miles.
Okay.
And it's also clean, you know, so it's just one more tool in our box for us to have sustainable transportation.
And then hydrogen is fairly new to the area. You're probably one of the few entities that I've heard of anyways that's going into the direction in Nevada for hydrogen fuel cell transportation. Where are you getting the hydrogen from?
That is, there's talks right now about putting in some hubs throughout the country.
Mm-hmm.
Arizona is a possibility to have a hub there for distribution, and then Northern California might have one too.
So maybe a little bit outside your normal day-to-day business, but is there an opportunity for entrepreneurs in Nevada to produce hydrogen? And might that be something that if we can get a business off the ground in producing hydrogen, would you entertain then looking to the local source of hydrogen versus importing it from out of state?
Well, Southern Nevada is talking with Arizona about that hub down there. And if things go the way they're talking, in North Las Vegas, I believe, they're planning on, they're going to produce the hydrogen there.
Right, and I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, the company's Air Liquide. And so, yes, thanks for bringing up. There is a hydrogen industry already in Nevada. Sometimes being from the north, don't think about all the exciting activities that are taking place in the south. But as I understand it, they're also going to be producing what they term as green hydrogen. So using biomass sources and avoiding the decay of organic materials and creating hydrogen that can be used in a variety of applications. So now, do you work in association with RTC Southern Nevada? What's the relationship between the RTCs or any other entities? Is there kind of collaboration on these technologies, or how does that work out?
It's more of, so since we're separate entities, but we have the same kind of goals, we work together to kind of see, hey, what's working for you, what's working for us, what's not working, and then we try to collaborate and try to come to a conclusion on what's the best way to do things, and also if we can work together on things, then we take advantage of that too.
Very cool. Any other potential projects on the horizon? Where do you see things going? Is it any possibility for, say, light rail in the connecting communities in California to the area, or anything on a regional basis that you're looking at?
Yeah, there are talks about trying to get more rail service between Sacramento and Reno, and it would have 4 or 5 stops along the way. Right now, it's very limited with rail service. So they're doing studies right now to find out if there's a demand, if the ridership would be high enough for people to go between Sacramento and Reno. They're also looking at continuing that on all to the Bay Area too. So San Jose up to Sacramento, that seems to be right now where most of the ridership would be. So it's still kind of unknown in the future whether or not that'll be feasible.
And then near and dear to my heart is Lake Tahoe. Do you have service that goes up in the Tahoe Basin, or is that a separate entity?
Right now we're using mostly for that van pool, and that's for people that live down here in Reno or Sparks. They can have a car that is provided to them by Enterprise. It's got the RTC logo on it, and if you work up at Lake Tahoe, a group of you that live down here but work up there, one person has the car and you just carpool.
Very cool. So from carpooling to advanced technology to getting people into more or less a mass transit opportunity. So, and all of those things are helping clear the air and improve the health of folks living in Washoe counties. Anything else that you'd like to add in terms of anything coming up beyond the conference, or anything on the horizon that you're looking at doing?
Not really from the RTC's perspective, but just in general. The future of transportation is pretty exciting because we've got these new technologies that are coming out. more and more people are turning to electric vehicles or hybrids. There could be other technologies that come out there that might even be better than those. And getting the infrastructure in place, educating the public, there's a lot of excitement out there, I think, when it comes to clean energy and clean transportation.
Very cool. Well, thanks for joining us today. Tom Polakalis with the Nevada Clean Energy Transportation Conference, here this morning with Paul Nelson of RTC Washoe County, and exciting developments through RTC Washoe County. Thank you very much.
In the state of Nevada, 25%, in a state that's already grossly underfunded. We cut the budget 25% because of one thing and one thing only. A bad quarter on 5 square miles of Las Vegas caused us to cut the Nevada state budget by 25%. We have to diversify this economy. And so I was in here in 19, fired up, just stoked, and we got a lot of stuff done. But, you know, a pandemic happened and a budget crisis happened, and in the meantime, and it really, really reinforced to me the urgency around having to, you know, beyond decarbonizing our economy, beyond the greenhouse gas emissions issues, beyond the pollution and all the things, the reasons that a lot of us do this, we need to do it to diversify this economy. And if that pandemic didn't demonstrate that to us in the most drastic of terms, then I don't know what would. And so, you know, I'm up here, and I think a lot of the diversification that I see, a lot of the innovation I see, is up here in northern Nevada. And it's not necessarily down in southern Nevada. And, you know, last time I checked, 80% of us are living down there. And so I want to see more of that diversification taking place in southern Nevada. And so I look to a lot of what's happening up here, and this is a very northern Nevada-centric group. And I think there's a lot of things that we can do in southern Nevada to replicate the successes that we're seeing happen up here in northern Nevada and have for many, many years. And so that's a message that I think we need to share with our new governor, and we need to share with over half of the legislature that, you know, is going to be trying to figure out where the bathroom is for the first couple of weeks. But we need to help them understand the value of what it is that we do in our collective industries here. And so I will be up there with you. I will be up there with a different hat on now that I'm with Arevia Power. And if you give me just a few minutes, I'll tell you all about Arevia Power. And we have time? And so Arevia Power, beyond buying pizza, what we do is we are a renewable energy developer, and we develop projects all over the country, but we really focus on renewable energy projects on public lands controlled by the Bureau of Land Management in the western United States. So really the western grid is where most of our work takes place. Although I am going out to the East Coast next week or in a few days for offshore wind lease that we just got involved with. And so there in the western United States, there's abundant land, abundant resources, but we're lacking in transmission, and we have a lot of permitting issues because we're dealing with the federal government, the BLM. And we have some resource constraints. We have sage-grouse, we have greater sage-grouse, bi-state sage-grouse, we have desert tortoise in the southern part of where we operate. We have a lot of tribal lands that they're either designated as a tribal land or they were historically tribal lands. And we've got communities that are starting to see big, giant energy developments pop up, and they don't necessarily like it. And so the projects are getting bigger, and the problems are getting bigger, and the solutions need to get bigger. And so at Arevia Power, and that's what my role is at Arevia Power, we develop projects in partnership with tribes, communities, and stakeholders early in the process, so much so that our funding, the funding for Arevia Power comes through, it's private equity, but it's on behalf of the IBW International Pension Fund. So we have organized labor is in our DNA. I'm an IBW member, have been forever, and the smartest thing I did as a business person was partner with the IBW. And when I came over to this company, we did the same thing. We went out and we're partnered with them across the nation, but we're also funded by them. And so when we go out and develop a project, not only are we putting organized labor on the ground, we're employing these men and women on these projects, paying them a living wage, and creating long-term careers for a lot of folks in the state and all over the country. The profits that come off of these projects that we're doing are going directly to the pension. The pension that my father draws from, the pension that my grandfather drew from before he passed, and my great-grandfather drew from. And maybe someday, if I'm lucky, I will get some of my IBW pension. And so that is one of the kind of core parts of our business, is partnering with organized labor, partnering with communities, partnering with tribes. We did a project down in southern Nevada. We were the developer of the Gemini project. It's now being built by a company called Primergy, but we developed that project all the way to the point of the power purchase agreement and notice to proceed. And we were adjacent to the Moapa Band of Paiutes. We weren't on their federally designated lands, although they had a lands bill that could move the boundaries of their lands, possibly even onto our project. We went to them immediately and partnered with them and said, listen, we recognize that while this is BLM land, this is traditionally and historically Paiute land, Moapa Band of Paiute land, and we want to treat it as such. So we entered into a Matero agreement with them. We entered into financial terms for the life of the system, and got our water and our aggregate. And then we put together training and job fairs for the members of that tribe, so that we could try to use a big solar project being built next to their tribal lands as a catalyst to create careers, long-term careers. The biggest hurdle to careers is getting into that apprenticeship program in my industry. So the biggest hurdle to getting into the apprenticeship programs is it's the same in tribe, or it's the same when I was in Fallon building a power plant out there in that small community, or in downtown Las Vegas. It's a high school education, and I know this better than anyone, and what a challenge that can be if you come from a background like mine, where maybe you didn't finish high school, or maybe you had to get a GED. So we try to get folks into a program where they get a GED, and then we try to get folks into a program where they get math. Drug and alcohol addiction is the #1 problem for apprenticeship programs across this country. If you can't pass a drug test, you can't be in the apprenticeship program. So we brought drug and alcohol counseling to the table. And then we also, daycare. If you are a man or a woman that is raising a family, how do you go out and work? How do you go out and go through an apprenticeship program that they're getting paid to go to this program if somebody's not watching your kids? And then how do you get transportation to and from your training and to and from the job site? So we brought all of those with community partners to the project with the tribe when we weren't even on tribal land, and we didn't even have a contract yet. But that's kind of like, I just want to kind of walk you through kind of that's the DNA of our company, and that's why I'm so proud to join that company as their senior vice president, and that's why I look forward to working with all the folks in this room moving forward, both technology providers, which I've heard some fascinating technology, as a guy who comes from the construction side of this, that always interests me, but also with NGOs and government agencies and partners and regulators and partners all over in all different ways. I really look forward to partnering with the folks in this room and with the folks in this state as we develop projects. And our portfolio is 8 gigawatts across the West, and a lot of it's right here in Nevada. And so both wind and solar. And so that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm excited to do with all of you. And this is a dream come true for me. If you've heard my history and the story of how I got to where I'm at. And then when I was standing up here just shouting and yelling 3 years ago, it's all coming together, and it's all coming together because of the folks in this room and a lot of other hardworking Nevadans. So thank you for being here. Thank you for letting me talk for the 3rd time in the last 48 hours. And I will shut up after this. So have a good day.
Morning. My name is Kevin McGeehee. I'm one of the coordinators for the Nevada Clean Energy Transportation Conference, and we're here this morning interviewing Tom Polakalis, the director and really the mind behind the whole program. Tom, what was the impetus for creating this event?
So Nevada's had a number of clean energy conferences over the years. Jennifer Taylor, formerly of the Clean Energy Project, hosted the National Clean Energy Forum in Las Vegas for many years, brought people from around the country, really put Nevada onto center stage. Fairly recently, up until COVID, we were doing annual conferences here in Reno, right on the cusp of the legislative session. In those years where the legislature, by law, goes into session on the first Monday of February. So this conference replicates that idea to convene energy stakeholders from around the state right on the cusp of the legislative session. We're able to engage citizens that are interested in energy policy, stakeholders, whether they be public utility commissioners, energy advocates, utilities, entrepreneurs, just basically bringing folks together. And this year, it's even more important because there's a wave of money coming down from the federal government pursuant to the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law. So we're trying to apprise Nevadans of these huge opportunities, whether it be for schools, cities, the private sector for EV charging, tax credits for a number of products. So if we can get Nevadans informed, that's going to increase the probability that Nevadans can access that money, and we're going to be able to get more projects going that are going to benefit the state in many ways.
Can you identify some of the sponsors that are participating in this?
Yeah, and really this is a tremendous collaborative effort between the public and private sectors. We were able to approach RTC of Washoe County with the idea that we wanted to showcase clean transportation technologies. They are a national leader in the deployment of battery electric buses. They're now going to go into the area of hydrogen fuel cell buses. So Washoe County RTC is truly a national leader. They were the first major sponsor of the conference. We had worked previously with the Peppermill Hotel Casino, which has one of the most innovative heating systems for a building in hot water. They drilled 4,000 feet into the earth. They were able to bring heat up using heat exchangers and so forth, and now they're saving millions of dollars on formerly natural gas bills that they now no longer need to use. So geothermal technologies, huge opportunity for the state of Nevada. Peppermill is a great example of one of those technologies that is being now studied by a number of
bridge to getting a lot of funding opportunities and having that discussion here today for a lot of the challenges that I think were identified across several of the panels over the last 2 days. I think a lot of the discussions I heard was about workforce. How do you train workforce? There's a lot of grants right now with the Department of Labor for workforce training programs, for a lot of support for community colleges, everything that's going on with the DOE, lots of money on the table. When you really look at the infrastructure bill and the $100 billion of discretionary grants, I'm just really excited to hear what all of my panelists here today have a quick presentation from each of them. So just for everyone's edification, because I think for all of us that were looking at the agenda, we saw that it was till 4 o'clock. I promise you will not be listening to grants for 2 hours and 45 minutes. We'll keep it relatively short. But first, I'd like to introduce Laura Chavez, who is the Energy Program Coordinator with the Department of Agriculture. And we'll have her give a quick presentation, and I'll introduce the other panelists.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I am Laura Chavez, and I am with the government, and I am here to help. Just thought I would wake everybody up. It's after lunch, pizza. I have a few slides that I'd like to, it's a quick crash course of our organization. It's USDA Rural Development. And we are a federal agency that can provide many things. We do have housing, economic development, healthcare, water, electric, you name it. We have at least 40 programs under our organization. I represent our business programs, but I am going to talk about the rural utilities because of the Inflation Reduction Act. We do have lots and lots of funding. And my director told me to talk about this too. So. Always helps. So just a little background, our rural utility service, they were enacted in 1935 under the Rural Electrification Administration. They have various programs, broadband. These are just four of the programs that are under their umbrella. The Reconnect program, it's a loan and grant combination. There has been some funding here in Nevada, and it's pretty much to provide broadband and telephone services to the rural areas. I just want to showcase here the Nevada funding. As you can see, Nevada has been awarded a few grants. Our distance learning and telemedicine program, this is a grant program that is available right now actually. And again, Nevada has been able to take advantage of this. Again, the broadband and the distance learning and telemedicine program receive lots of funding, and there's a lot more available right now. I am not the contact, Robert is the contact. So if you have any questions regarding the broadband or the telemedicine or any broadband program, make sure to call Robert. And another program under the rural utilities is our electric program. And as you can see, we have quite a bit of programs that are under our umbrella. And this is another one that was under the Rural Electrification Act of 1936. This distributed generation energy program, we have direct loans and we have also loan guarantees for energy project developers in the rural areas. So again, we are an agency that is committed only to assist the rural areas of Nevada. And again, this is just information about the electrification infrastructure loan guarantee. And again, I am not the contact for this program either. It's Rodney Peach. They have these, they call them general field representatives, where they have them located all throughout the state. And they're typically located, they take care of 4 or 5 states, and they handle all these programs in their national office. But the programs that I do handle in my office is the Rural Energy for America program, and that was a bill that, a program that was part of the Farm Bill back in 2008, and it has been funded continually. Every year we continue to receive funding for it, and it continues to expand as well. So this is a program that can provide grant and loan guarantee funding for rural businesses of Nevada and agricultural producers to make energy efficiency improvements or renewable, or purchase and install renewable energy systems. So again, 2 eligible entities. You have your ag producer. For the ag producer, it can be rural or urban, and they can be nonprofit as well. For your small business, they must be located in a rural area. So what's a rural area? It's not Reno, it's not Sparks, it's not Vegas, it's not even Carson City. It's the outskirts of pretty much everything else. So we have your Elko, you have your Ely's, you have your Dayton, Lyon County, etc. Those are the locations we're looking at. It's defined by the population of 50,000 or less. So again, they have to be for-profit entities. They can be a co-op, electric utility, a tribal corporation, and it's defined by the SBA definition of a small business.
Laura, quick question, you did say tribes are eligible.
Yes.
Okay.
The tribes are eligible under their Section 17 corporation. Does that answer it, John?
Yep, and co-ops just do the double check, so Valley Electric and Wells Electric.
Absolutely.
Okay, awesome.
And the one key thing here is thank you to the funding, additional funding that we did receive. Ag producers, if they're nonprofit, are eligible. The only caveat with that is that if they are nonprofits under the small business category are not eligible. They have to be an ag producer. So we have a application deadline, March 31st. Because of the additional funding we just received with this act, there is rumors that they're thinking about doing a quarterly application deadline. Right now it's only twice a year. The state allocation for Nevada just blew up. We had 300,000 a year, and now we have a little over 2 million. So Inflation Reduction Act funding. So we have grant funding, we have loan guarantee funding, and we have a combination of both. So this grant can pay up to 40% of the eligible project costs. Can be either to purchase and install that renewable energy system or make energy efficiency improvements. You can see that our projects can start as small as your 7,000, 3,600, or as big as 2.5, a little over $1 million, depending on if it's energy efficiency or renewable energy. Again, this is a change from the bill that was just passed.
So it had been 25%. It's now 40.
Yes, sir.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, that's huge.
That's huge. That's
yeah.
awesome.
And the other thing that changed, the renewable energy systems used to be capped at 500,000. Now we can do the 1 million.
So
yeah.
that represents
grant
the
funding.
40%, and so whatever Paul could do the math. So.
I know. When it was 25, it was super easy to do the math.
Yes.
Now at 40, it's harder.
What's the total project, Paul? Okay. So there's, yeah. Thank you.
Yes, and energy efficiency used to be 250, now it's 500,000.
Jeez.
Yeah. Cool, huh?
Yes.
So what is a commercially, what is an energy efficiency, what is renewable energy? You guys all know this. I'm not to preach it. Yeah.
Could energy storage, if it's paired with solar, be
Absolutely.
renewable energy?
Battery storage. You took my line. I was just going to tell you. That was an addition with the new funding. That was a change. And the other change was that we can fund EV also, EV charging stations, as long as they're powered by a renewable energy system.
Wow, really?
Yeah. Game changer, I know.
So visually impaired, I'm not seeing hydrogen. So hydrogen production, electrolyzers.
I can look that up for you.
Thank you.
This applies to, it says anaerobic digesters, but is that a more generic term? Greg, don't get mad at me for wastewater treatment systems. I should know this.
It wouldn't fall under wastewater systems.
Do you do wastewater systems if they're powered by
If
solar?
if they are privately owned.
Privately owned?
Yes, that way they would be
solar.
considered a rural small business.
Got it, okay.
That was a great question. We just got asked that last week. I'm working with Rural Water Association. They have a couple privately owned water systems. Okay. All right, so what's eligible? Like I said, the equipment you can purchase, you can install it. It doesn't have to be brand new, it can be retrofitted. We can permit your licenses, working capital, etc. What you cannot use the funds for is always residential. No residential, only business assisted.
Do schools?
No, schools would not qualify because they wouldn't fall under a rural small business. They're a public body, I'm assuming.
So weird question then, segue, a private school? Privately owned as compared to a public school?
That we can entertain to see if they would fall under the Small Business Administration definition of a small business, yes. So like I mentioned, there's grant funding that I just explained. There is a guaranteed loan application. There's funding, again, with this act that just got passed, there's a lot more millions available for guaranteed. It has to be renewable energy, energy efficiency, and as you can see, you can go as small projects or as big as you need. Rural areas. So, the one thing that I wanted also to bring up is commercially available technology. We're looking at least 1 year out on the market. So, this is just a success story. One of the many projects we have funded in Nevada. This is just an ag producer out in middle of nowhere, Rachel, Nevada. It's got a big solar array out there, and this was one of the first projects that I funded, so I just wanted to share that information with you. Just to give you an idea, but again, purchase, install renewable energy, or make energy efficiency improvements. The grant will pay up to 40%. Lots of money available.
One more question, Laura?
Yeah.
So the funding that's allocated to Nevada is what you administer in terms of the grant awards, is that correct?
Yes.
So is there another tier the projects go up to another level that's more general?
If we are not able to fund it with Nevada allocation, yes, we can take it to national office competition, which means that DC keeps a pot of money and every state puts in their applications. The only caveat with that is, and all our other grant programs, is we have a scoring criteria. There's certain items that we're looking for, and the higher the score, the higher probability of funding. So that's when we really need to focus. If we're going into national competition, we really need to focus on that high scoring project so we can get it funded.
Are those criteria available?
Absolutely.
Just so
Send
you
me
know.
an email.
Okay.
I'd be happy to provide it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes.
Just to confirm, Douglas is considered rural, correct?
Absolutely.
I have a question.
Yes.
Could, hypothetical, could the Chamber of Commerce apply for some of this grant money to help a bunch of small businesses in their community?
The chamber, as a small business, could apply to help offset their energy cost, but it wouldn't be to help other businesses.
So it couldn't be a pass-through?
No. But there is another grant that provides funding for like a chamber to conduct energy audits, energy assessments, technical reports. That's another pot of money that we just received and is available as well.
I will call you.
Please. Yes, please call me.
I know that Lucas has talked about this, and I just wanted to know where the status, where rural is defined county by county instead of community by community, and like in Washoe, we all probably know the tiny town up north that hosts the party every year of 80,000 people.
Yes.
But wouldn't necessarily comply because it's within Washoe County, even though it's 2 hours up the road.
Nope. It would. Gerlach?
Yeah.
Not the one?
Yeah.
Yes. They would be eligible.
They would not?
They would.
They would. Oh, okay, good. Okay.
I have funded projects in Palomino Valley.
Oh, okay. Great.
Eligible area. And it's not based by county. We do have a website where we can enter a certain address and we can pin it down to the exact location, and it'll tell us if it's eligible or not. And you can go in there and look yourself. But that's the same one we would use. Any other questions?
So just
Yes.
real quick, I'm a small business owner. I live in rural Washoe County, and I run my business out of my home.
No. That's a great question.
Okay. Okay.
That would be considered residential because I'm assuming you have a room that you use as an office and that's it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the way we could get around that is if you had a building just separate from your residence, and you and you had a meter. That's a catch, though. If you had another meter, just for that business, that's the way we could fund it, though. And we have done that in the past, so it's doable. Yes.
Could you repeat the annual amount that's available for Nevada for the REAP program and for how long the IRA allocation will last?
That's a great question. So our allocation just duplicated by 5, and I'm going to say the lump sum, but it's divided into a certain pot for small projects and another pot for big projects. So I'm just going to go ahead and say it's $2 million, give or take, for the whole state. And again, it duplicated by 5. It was a much smaller allocation. And it totally makes sense because they increased, the amount of projects, that we can fund now. We need more funding for that. Did that answer it? Okay. Any other questions? Yes.
What project that you funded personally has given you the most satisfaction when you saw it come through?
That's a great question. Let's see. Well, I have a project in Ely, and it's a pharmacy. It's a pharmacy, but economy. I don't know if you guys have heard about it. But they have a toy store in the bottom of their pharmacy. And it was energy efficiency, and we funded the toy store. So I got a little tour of it and got to play with the toys.
That's all it takes.
Exactly. Was that helpful? Not really, but.
It was sweet.
Yeah, there's all sorts of projects. Yes.
I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
Pick somebody, okay. Sorry. Does your office or do you offer assistance to rural small businesses in help with writing the grant or loan? Do you have assistance for small business owners that don't know how to write grants?
There is a application package, and I am your technical assistance. I am the one that will guide you through the process to fill it out and prepare it. If you're working with energy efficiency, you're looking at providing an energy audit or an energy assessment. If you're looking for renewable energy, you're working with a solar installer that will provide the technical information that you will need for that grant application. Yes?
If I have a friend that I think that this would be really helpful to in a water utility down in Nye County, Reno, and would they reach out to, I shared your information, or is there a regional person that they talk to down there?
For the REAP program, it would be me.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you.
Pahrump is definitely a location I work in. Yes, Tom?
Timing on projects, so as an example, a photovoltaic project, if you're applying for a grant for something that's coming up in the future, what are the parameters? So what does the grant application have to be in before the project would be initiated, or?
Yes, great question. The application a complete application has to be submitted before the project is started. So we're not able to fund anything that was already completed or it's in the process. You'd have to, come to us and get the application in. And then once you have a letter saying, yes, you have a complete application, yes, you can proceed with the project, but with a caveat that I can't guarantee that it will get funded until I have all my applications and the scoring is in, and then the highest and moving down would be funded.
And typically, what's the lag time, or how much after? You said March 31st is the deadline for applications, and then response is normally within some range, or?
Right. So it depends on the volume of applications that we receive. Currently, with the Inflation Reduction Act, energy is my full-time gig now. I was doing other grants and other loan guarantees, now, and it's me now. So you actually have somebody, 100% devoted for the energy program. And like I said, it would be me. It depends on how many applications and also the environmental. You as the business owner or the ag producer do not have to do anything, but I do. And I have to notify certain other federal agencies, and we have to give them at least a 30-day time frame for them to respond. So I'm gonna give it like a 2 months, give or take, and we're in communication through the whole process as well. Yeah. Any other questions? Sorry, I'm hogging your time.
No, go for it. How does this interact with the tax credit? So like if a rural small business wanted to build a solar project, let's say it was 1 megawatt, maybe like $1 million, they get $400,000 through this and then get another 30% covered, or
Yes.
is the 40% calculated on the net?
Well, that's a great, I am not an accountant, and I have never asked an accountant that question. I don't know how to phrase this. I have always been under the impression that, yes, they would also qualify for that tax credit. Yes?
To sort of piggyback on your question, great question. If a small business applied for a project from this grant, we then would not qualify to apply for funding from another agency for the same project. Is that pretty much the standard for this?
You can pair, that's a great question. You can pair state funding. You can pair your utility incentives as well. The only thing is if it was grant funding, we need to look into that a little more. But that we don't typically do grant with grant. It would be federal with federal, we don't do that. But it can be with the state, because once they receive their funding, it's not federal funding anymore, it's state funding. I think that's it.
Thanks so much, Laura. And great questions from everyone. I expect this level of engagement from my other two panelists, please. Let me also go back and introduce my other two panelists and ask them to come up one by one for each of their presentations. So I also have Robin Yoakum, who is the Energy Program Manager for the Nevada Office, the Nevada Governor's Office of Energy. Got it. And then Greg Lovato, who is the administrator for the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection. So we have two more presentations. I'm going to have Robin come up next, and she will go through her presentation. Oh, there you go. Oh, thank you. Here's the next one.
All right, so I'm also from the government and here to help. I like that, Laura. That was really nice. Okay, so I'm Robin Yoakum. I'm from the Governor's Office of Energy. I've been there almost 7 years now. I am one of 3 energy program managers that is working on all of this funding that we are getting from IIJA and IRA. So who are we? We are the Nevada Governor's Office of Energy. We oversee energy programs required through statute and those that help meet the mission of the office. The GOE mission is to ensure the wise development of Nevada's energy resources in harmony with local economic needs and to position Nevada to lead the nation in renewable energy production, energy conservation, and the exportation of energy. Our office is the advisor to the governor on energy policies in Nevada and related issues. I thought this was actually fun to find when I was doing my slides. We were established in 2001 during that legislative session under AB 661 to do the activities that you see there. So basically administer grants or gifts. I don't get any gifts working for the government, so I'm not sure what that means, but promote energy projects, for economic development, renewable energy, promote the use of measures which result in more efficient use of buildings, and if you know me, that is my passion. Collaborate with other entities and stakeholders on related matters. So that is basically what our office does in a nutshell. Here's some of our programs that we run. The energy efficiency column is primarily mine. I am the energy efficiency program manager. And then we have renewable energy, a couple programs under there. And then for transportation electrification, we did the Nevada Electric Highway that completed late last year. And so that is one of our programs that is finishing out, but we are very proud of that. And then we are diving into transmission and markets as well. So the better part of the presentation, not about who we are, but let's talk about money that we're getting, because it's really exciting. So our office is getting over $100 million to expend in Nevada on energy policies, workforce development, energy efficiency improvements, etc. So this is the most money I think our agency has ever received from the federal government, and we have a lot of programs to stand up. The first one is our formula allocation under the state energy program. So all state energy offices get our formula funds every year annually from DOE to stand up certain programs. Our normal allocation on an annual basis is about $500,000. For the next 5 years, we are getting an additional $4.8 million just in that one program. Our funding for our office is primarily grant funding. We are not a general fund agency, so it is very important that we are strategic about the funding that we go after and how we deploy that in our state, because it is our bread and butter of how our agency lives year after year. One of the things that's coming soon under SEP is a clean energy workforce program. So the request for information, which will gather input from all of our stakeholders on how to develop this program, should be coming out within the next week or so. With the announcement of our new director starting on the 20th, we might wait a little bit longer just so we can put his name on that request for information, but it will be coming out soon, and that's one of our first programs and projects that we are going to start launching. And when we talk about workforce, I'm not just saying energy auditors, I'm not just saying professional engineers, I'm talking about HVAC, electricians, labor, union, anything that is energy related that will help the built environment. That is what we are looking at, and that is who we want to really develop into this workforce. Let's see, we have about $200,000 for required improvements to our state energy security plan. So if nobody's aware of it, we do, we are required by the federal government to have a state energy security plan. So in the event of disaster, we are ready on the energy side. The really important part about this is if we don't submit a plan that is approved by the federal government, we do not get our other allocations, the $500,000 that we get annually or this 4.8. So we are in the process of going through the request for proposals to get our contractor to help us further develop the plan that we already have. There are competitive funds under the Grid Infrastructure Resiliency and Reliability section, 40101D of IIJA. I believe we've submitted our application for those funds. That is handled by Laura Wickham, the other program manager in the office. Additional funding, we've got the Energy Efficiency Revolving Loan Fund grant program, so section 40502. I am your contact for that program. We will also be doing an RFI, and I'm just going to say this now so I don't have to repeat it with everyone. Each funding source that either myself or Jeannie Stoneman, who's my wonderful colleague here in the room, one of us manages these programs, we will be doing an RFI, a request for information, because we want to make sure that we get your feedback and we build these programs to be equitable and sustainable. We do not want to build a program that fails. So your feedback is super important to us. So the revolving loan is one of ours. The Energy Efficiency Conservation Block Grant, that is a grant program. I forgot to mention, under the revolving loan, that's twofold. We have the authority to issue grants to low income and small business entities. or low-income family small businesses, and then we also have the loan portion of it. The major portion of it is the loans, and it's a revolving loan, essentially to keep payments going back into that fund to fund future projects. Under the EECBG, that is a straight grant program. That is the next request for information that we're working on. There are a ton of uses for these funds and eligible entities, so we want to make sure that we deploy these funds really effectively. DOE has issued the open funding, so they have their application instructions available. They have all the documentation. If you are already getting allocated funds by DOE, so if you belong to a local government or a tribe in the state of Nevada, and you want to know if you guys got an allocation, you can ask me and I will give you that information. It is available on DOE's website as well. Every tribal nation in our state got allocated funds. The unfortunate part is that it's about $10,000, and they have about $1,000 available to spend on admin. So this program is really, really encouraging partners and teaming partners to help cover some of those administrative costs. It takes time to write a grant application. It takes time to go through the project and actually deploy the project, do all the reporting. So we will be doing an RFI to get input back, and then I will be hosting a local government workshop on how to apply for the EECBG funds, and that will include tribal nations as well. The Building Codes Implementation for Efficiency and Resilience Program, that's section 40511. The concept papers were due on January 31st. Our office did submit a concept paper. We may not get this funding because it is competitive. If we do get the funding and we are encouraged to submit a full application, we will already be going through that RFI process to really develop the idea that we came up with for this funding. Full applications are due March 27th, so we'll see what DOE says on where we're going to go with that particular competitive funds. We've got Smart Grid Grants, which is section 40107. That is again under LoRa, and then we've got the Grid Innovation Programs, which is section 40103B. Those applications are being worked on, one due in March and the other one due in May. So we've got a lot of funding. Under IRA, we got a lot of funding here too. This is where the majority of our funding is coming from. You can see the Nevada allocations here. We've got for homes, which is section 50121, $48 million. Those applications have not been opened yet, but we have heard from our DOE project officers that they intend to release some administrative funds in the spring to allow the state energy offices the opportunity to thoughtfully develop these programs, which is really nice of DOE. And then full applications sometime in the summer. And that goes for the next section. I can't even say this acronym because it's so weird to me. HEHR? Like hee-haw. Section 50122. Now this is for high efficiency electric home rebate programs. There's a lot of stuff covered in this program, and it's $47.9 million for Nevada. So these two top programs are rebates. They are point of sale rebates. They are not grant funds, they are not loans. We have to figure out how to do income verification. We have to figure out how to work with the contractors. There's a lot of figuring out that needs to happen with these two sections. I don't think DOE's ever even ran a rebate program, so we're all brand new to it. So if you get people asking, hey, have you heard about that rebate program? Yes, we've heard. We just don't have the money and have no idea what we're gonna do. So we will endeavor to make it the best programs ever. Then we've got some contractor training, section 50123. That will be directly tied to the top two homes in here. And then another $1 billion for building energy codes. So under IIJA, it's $225 million. And then under IRA, it's $1 billion to support building energy codes, and that's compliance, adoption, education, improvements, all the way around. So when if you look at the workforce development RFI that we issue, you will see reference to 50123 for contractor training, and then another. Yes, Tom.
On the contractor training, the qualified applicants that can pursue that funding, can it be open-ended, for-profit, non-profit?
They have, DOE has not issued guidance to us yet. Yeah, so these ones we do, under the IRA, we don't have a lot of guidance. I think they're trying to figure this out. So once we do, we will absolutely have that on our website. We will make sure that that is available for everyone who qualifies for each one of these programs, because there's a lot of programs and there's tax credits too. So if I'm a resident, I want to look one place to say, oh, I can get a grant from USDA, I can get a grant from, well, I guess a resident, I wouldn't be able to get a grant from under your program, but you know what I mean. Business. You know, I want to go to one place and find out all of the things that I'm able to take advantage of with all of this funding coming, because it's confusing. It's a lot of money, and all of the requirements and the different restrictions are confusing to people that even work on it daily. So, you know, our Nevadans aren't necessarily going to be able to go to all those different places. So we're building out our website to talk about this more, to have central resources. We are your technical assistants, just like with Laura. Anytime we issue something, you contact one of us. We're your technical assistants. We will walk you through anything. And that's it. So I'm Robin Yoakum. Here's my information. You can go to our website at energy.nv.gov. You can follow us on Twitter. And you can sign up for public notices regarding any of our federal funding sources on our website. So basically, if you go to our website, trick is it's the bottom right corner picture that says federal funding. Just click there and then click on sign up for notices. And what you will do is you will fill out a form with your interests, in which funding streams you're interested in, and anytime an RFI, RFP, I know those are acronyms, so when we're requesting information or proposals, we will let you know that those opportunities are available, and then you will consistently be on our stakeholder list, so that throughout any process or part of the program, you are getting notified and you have the ability to participate or not at that point. So please sign up. Questions? Vanessa.
Can you talk a little bit about the timeline for the Clean Workforce Grant? Like RFIs coming out maybe after the 20th, and then RFP when the money will actually be available?
Yeah, and that's a really good question, because I think governmental agencies, we have a little bit different processes that we have to go through. So the way it works is we get an application notification basically from DOE. And even if it's formula funds, we still have to submit an application. We submit that application and we can start working on our requests for information, because those are not guaranteeing funding. It's not guaranteeing any type of project. It is to thoughtfully design those programs, right? So we want to give enough time during that RFI process to thoughtfully provide comments. So I expect that to be open for 30 to 60 days, depending on when we get it issued, depending on also when we get the award from DOE. Because once we get the notification from the Department of Energy that we're receiving the money, we then have our own internal state processes. We have to go to the Interim Finance Committee, which only meets every other month. If there's a contract involved, we have to go to BOE. But we can't, which is Board of Examiners. So we can't go and get our contract approved unless we have Interim Finance Committee approval. So the whole process, start to finish, is about a year. So you're looking at, we get notified, we submit our application, we get information and feedback, we have to go through our own internal processes to be able to even accept the money from DOE. We can't just accept it and start expending it. We have to get approval, and then we have to do the contract and the grant process. So The soonest I would say a very fast-paced program could get stood up would be 8 to 9 months. But safe, it's about a year completely. Good questions. Yes?
Thank you, Robin. May I use you as a reference when we reach out to our wonderful new governor next year to come and speak at the conference?
I don't know if the governor is going to know my name. I actually almost prefer that the governor doesn't know my name, it's the big boss. No, you know what, honestly, when Dwayne shows up, which we are very excited to have him on our team, reach out to him. He would be your liaison between the governor and our office. So
we'd love to have him speak.
Yes, I know we were trying to get it done this time, but it just didn't work out. So yeah, I think he would be a great speaker at next year's conference.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Yes.
Thanks, Robin, and nice to see you. We have been exchanging emails, and thanks for the office that you're working on.
Yeah.
The project that you're running, what's the role of the research laboratories at universities like UNR?
A big role, right? I mean, you guys are one of the stakeholders that plays a very important role in workforce development, in data analysis. I know those partnerships are very valuable, so we are open to any partnerships, no matter what. Like, we have a lot of money, and so we need people to help, because, Jeannie, raise your hand. See these two women in the room? We're the ones that are managing that almost over $100 million right here. So if you want to be a partner, please reach out to us. We will figure out a way to get you involved in something. But yeah, we love the labs. The DOE labs actually provide a lot of technical assistance to us. Right, so if we get something and we need their technical assistance, we do have direct contacts with the national labs that we can go to and say, hey, can you look at this for us? So they provide us with the technical assistance that we can then turn around and use in our programs and projects. Yes?
Kind of on the other side, and please don't take this the wrong way, but is there, or will there be any kind of protections in place for some of this money and the rebates to protect the end user, the consumer, from scam artists? Like,
Absolutely.
you follow what I'm saying? Okay.
Absolutely. There will be a ton of protections on this. And just going to throw out there, if anybody gets somebody coming up to their door saying that they're from the Office of Energy and they want to sell them solar, that is not us. The Office of Energy never goes door to door selling anything, because we have nothing to sell but ourselves. So we will never do that. But yeah, absolutely. We want to protect consumers. I mean, that's one of our biggest things, right, is making sure that they actually get what they're trying to get. Yes?
I just wanted to say, in relation to your question, that we are working closely with DOE and other organizations with the methodical strategic process to ensure that ERA funding mistakes that were made aren't repeated. Okay. So that's a situation that we are very clear is the potential, and we're doing everything we can to make sure we thoughtfully and very with the end user in mind have protections for everybody. Thank you.
Great question. Any other questions? Yes?
One more question.
Of course.
So DOE has been dedicating a lot of money in recent years for electrification in the tribal lands. Does your office also have that type of connection with the tribal lands in Nevada to deliver this type of funding?
Yes, we do, actually. We haven't issued grants for a pretty long time in our agency, but recently we issued 2 tribal grants. One is pending, I think. They're still doing some NEPA review, but we have connections with the tribal nations in the state. We also have a liaison that works for the state that is specifically listed on their contacts, so we could go to her to get to them, but we do have relationships with them. Not all of them, clearly, but that's something that we hope to build. I mean, they're one of the underrepresented populations that we need to really make sure can have access to these funds. Yes?
Is there a fixed rate of interest on the revolving loan?
Not yet.
Very-
There will be, I think, maybe. Where is she? Where'd she go? There she is. We are speaking very closely with the Nevada Clean Energy Fund on what the loan program could look like. We are considering doing a loan loss reserve for a small portion to cover some of those, defaults for a lender when they are working with low-income communities. We are also looking at providing direct loans and then specific grants for the low-income small business sector as well. Yeah, but it will be a low-interest loan. It's not going to be, outrageous, and it depends on the financial institution that we also get to partner with and what they have going on. So we're talking about all those options right now. You're welcome. Anybody else? All right, let Greg come up. All right, thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Is this on?
Yep. It is.
Hello? Okay,
Yeah,
good.
speak
Good
into
job.
it.
So I'm only talking about $4.5 million, so I'll try to keep my, unfortunately, my talk shorter to acknowledge that fact. So hi again, Greg Lovato with NDEP, and happy to be here to talk about what we've been doing with the funds we have been given. And what we're really focused on at NDEP is results. Are we getting pollution reduction for the dollars we spend? And so I want to talk a little bit about how we've done that and what we have left and what's coming up there. So I'm going to talk basically about the Volkswagen settlement. So many of you know we had a Volkswagen settlement with defeat devices that fooled air emission control equipment, and we had an excess of about 600 tons of nitrogen oxide emissions, becoming more important for Nevada just because we have a growing challenge with ozone. Ozone being one of our major criteria pollutants under the Clean Air Act. Clark County, folks may not be aware, was recently classified as moderate non-attainment. It was marginal and now it's moderate. And we're also seeing some concerns, up in northern Nevada as well. So when we're focusing on, spending money to reduce NOx, we're tackling that ozone problem. So these are the types of things that we were funding, and obviously some of them don't apply, like Class 5, but we really got in deep into several of these, and some really great projects have come out with the first amount of projects that we spent. So here's what we've done to date. That's the total amount, and just to draw out a couple of these, the big ones were at the airports, right? So we have a project underway with Clark County Department of Aviation for all the rental car transit buses, people going back and forth. Going to electrify 11 of them. And then those ground support equipment at both north and south airports, electrifying those things that run all day, right? So those were our biggest reductions. So this is what we ended up in terms of results for the money we've spent so far. We were trying to reduce and combat 600 tons of excess emissions, and so we've exceeded our goal already. And this is how it worked out in terms of partner contributions. You can see those were ended up being bigger, with them paying for infrastructure and other improvements to take advantage of the funding that we were able to provide. And obviously pairing up with the Governor's Office of Energy to complete phase 2 of the electric highway, those light-duty charging stations along the major interstate routes. So what have we learned so far? Really, people make their best efforts, and equipment delays, price increases, and the only way to tip the scales in your favor is everything within your disposal, committing and moving fast, getting those partners, getting your matching funds early, so that you're not, then subject to other things happening. So what's coming up? $4.5 million. We've done a lot of investment in several areas. We really want to look to delivery vans. We know there's a big opportunity there to be reducing emissions. We want to look at off-road construction. And we know that there's not a ton of clean transportation funding available, but I think we're even further behind from where Department of Energy is with EPA on what exactly is coming out of the Inflation Reduction Act for transportation funding. There are a number of listening sessions right now. We're monitoring those with EPA, but we don't have really the sense of, there's no dedicated funding that's coming to the state. So then the criteria for the competitive funding, we're going to have to be watching and seeing what we can do. We know there's an emphasis on assisting low-income and underrepresented or disadvantaged communities, and there's also an emphasis on teaming up with community organizations. So we're going to have to be communicating a lot before we apply to be able to make projects happen. And you can find out more, sign up, and we expect to be probably doing a third round. We've done 2 rounds since 2018, probably a third round later this year, like in the fall. And so that's the update from us, and I hope I kept it brief enough, and I'll have you take questions. Looks like I handled them all. Oh, I see one. Oh, hey, Tom.
So just give DW settlement funds, can you touch on, maybe go into details on some of the recipients? You mentioned airports where, so any specifics, ground equipment, or any particular companies that received?
For just all of them to date?
Yeah, or just a couple highlights, or just
Yeah, I mean, so we had refuse trucks replacement. We had a hospital delivery van down in Carson Tahoe Hospital. That was they went electric. A lot of buses. One highlight, and we'd like to kind of keep this going, it wasn't easy, is Clark County School District's bus fleet is a lot newer than the rest of the state. And so if we're able to replace something at Clark County, say if they go electric, and we can take one of their older but much newer than the rest of the state, and then actually not have to scrap that one but give it to a rural county. We did that with Churchill, right? So we're scrapping a older bus in Churchill, not a newer one in Clark County. So that's some of the things we've been able to do. But we're really looking, I think we just haven't got as many. I mean, to me, when I drive around, it's the delivery vans that I see as a real opportunity, and we just haven't had that come in and folks say, hey, we want to replace these, because I feel like there's some real opportunities there for reducing pollution in urban areas.
And is that public information? So just as an example, the thought would be to contact that particular hospital or companies that are running those delivery vans and to have them present as to their experience in operating them.
So yeah, this next round, I think what we want to do is put up examples of successful applications so people can kind of see, well, is mine similar? Here's, so that next round will probably, in the fall, we'll try to put up all those successful applications, and people can learn from each other.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi.
Has the NDEP considered possibly doing some education in that realm, particularly in the K-12 schools with some of the grant funding, or is it just infrastructure and direct emission reductions?
Not with this exact funding source. I mean, we have a couple of other outreach programs within NDEP, specifically our water quality program and our recycling programs, that do have that kind of built-in education outreach component. This one was really, we were just targeting pollution reduction. So that remaining $4.5 million, we're hoping to see, even better reductions going forward. But I mean, one thing we are pursuing under the Inflation Reduction Act is, Nevada has had what we estimate a recycling diversion rate in the state of less than our goal. Our goal has been 25%. We haven't been achieving that. And so there's a lot of work that Kayla and our group in Bureau of Sustainable Tourism Management are working on to figure out what do we need to know, what information do we need to educate ourselves with to find out where the opportunities are for, what are the best opportunities for reducing Nevada's landfilling, right? And so we're looking at more in-depth waste characterization studies, just understanding, what the real waste streams are, and we're teaming up with the waste management companies, Republic, and them to figure out how to best structure that.
Is there potential to use some of this funding rather than investing it in a fleet, right, in an electric fleet, for example, but then instead to invest it in something like a little hub and spoke recycling place where the public has access to taking, recyclable products, but it's more of a public access. Are the funds usable for that purpose or purpose like that?
So there is funding coming available through EPA. EPA has not given out like recycling grants in, I don't know, ever since I've been at NDEP, it seems like. It's been since like the 90s or something, right? And so now there's recycling grants coming back, and we're going to be looking at those types of opportunities with that new funding that's coming available. So we submitted a notice of intent to EPA to apply for those recycling grants, but we aren't, we don't have the details on timing, et cetera, yet. I don't know if you guys, Kayla, can you add anything on that, or you guys want to?
Absolutely. So we have the SWIFR funding that's coming down for the waste and recycling programs. Additionally, there's the recycling, education, and outreach grant that closes February 16th. So a lot more information to come out with these programs. Sign up for our partners for Sustainable Nevada. We've been really filtering the SWIFR funding and the RIO, the education and outreach funding, through that program. So if you guys want to have input on how we can best utilize that funding, please reach out to me. What do you guys plug into that? Okay. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thanks, okay. Kayla. Kayla is really helpful, but communicating with many folks throughout the state on, what opportunities does Nevada have to change its waste management and change to reuse and recycling. I don't see any other hands. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you again, Greg. And we've got a few more minutes, so I'd love to break this down a little bit and kind of ask a couple of questions to the panel as a whole. Robin, I absolutely love what you said about all of the funding that's available through IRA and EJA, and keep in mind this is 5-year programming. So, and we're already a year plus in. So if we're leaving money on the table, that's the problem. So I think what I heard from all three of you really is that collaboration really is key. So I'd love to ask this to the entire panel, and I'll pass over the mic too, because I think you only have one. When it comes to public and private organizations, and certainly some of the tribal groups and nonprofits, what are some of the best practices for you, would you recommend when it comes to collaborating through some of these funding opportunities?
How? It's really calling us, right? Letting us know what your ideas are, and even in our other funding programs, our much more established water infrastructure programs, at some level, we just need to know, what are you thinking of doing? What's the project look like? And kind of let us worry about what money might be eligible and how it might fit the project, right? So that's where I would say is, have a good definition of your timeline, what your project's trying to achieve, those kinds of things. And then, we might be able to find a way to fund it that you might not have thought of because you're not familiar with all this. So I would say, have your project partners, for many of the projects that, we've been funding, it involves, NV Energy. And so, have those all lined up, and then, let us worry about trying to find the right funding.
Well, we're rural development, so sometimes it's really hard to find, the key players.
But what we do is we have the community champions, as we call them. We have the local person, you know, the person that's active, maybe the Chamber of Commerce, or you have a business center, et cetera, that can help us out with providing the information or collaborating in different projects.
And I'll just add that, you know, if you're not sure what agencies are out there at the state level or the local level to help you, reach out to them, look at their websites. If the agencies submit requests for information or participation, you know, reach out to them and figure out how you can collaborate. I know at the state, sometimes we have to be careful on processes, but you know, for Greg's, he can figure out a way. For us, we might be a little bit more structured in what we could use the funds for, but if you don't speak up and talk to us, we don't even know that somebody's there that wants to talk to us. And we are here to help as the state government. I know that, you know, that seems weird, but really, we are here to help.
And I think implementation is also very key here. So once, you know, an organization is able to receive that federal funding, what sort of best practices do you think agencies should keep in mind or groups should keep in mind when they actually start receiving that funding and need to actually implement that plan or project?
So I would say one of the best practices is to prepare ahead of time. Get your reporting requirements dialed in, get your budget dialed in, what's covered under that budget, what is your responsibility compared to maybe some subcontractors or contractors, compared to the state or the agency that you're getting funding from, what are their requirements, and then work with the agency or your technical assistants or your contact on streamlining some of those reporting requirements. Because I think it's, you know, important to implement, but throughout the process, especially when you're dealing with state and federal dollars, you have a lot of reporting and a lot of compliance, and you have to, as a subgrantee or a vendor, meet all of those requirements and then report up to us. So, you know, we're here to help streamline that, but implementation is a big thing. But if you're not prepared and planned for the reporting part of it, you're going to struggle. It's going to be a little bit more difficult, and we've seen that in a lot of the grants that we have issued through our office.
I believe communication is a huge one. If you are interested in the program and are seriously considering applying for it, you know, go ahead and communicate with the agency so they can guide you through the process. You know, for our agency, we have a scoring criteria for every single program, and it is common knowledge. It is something that we can provide to you when you're applying, you know, so you can emphasize on those areas, which I'm sure the state would probably have some criteria as well that they could provide to you.
One of the criteria that I think is helpful for when you're applying for some of our funding is it's project feasibility, right? Sort of capacity internally, and that's something we value a lot. Is do you have the ability to execute, and knowing that as a part of putting together the application, and where does that sit? So, you know, I guess it's planning to implement and getting those resources ahead of time so that you're not surprised when you're in the middle of it. So, I mean, it's, you know, when you're asking someone, I mean, and we get this too, you know, even with the federal funding opportunities, you know, if you're not applying, well, why not? Well, I mean, if you're not able to, you know, dedicate those resources to be able to, then you shouldn't. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, as much as it hurts to not, you know, spend money that's offered, you got to make sure you can follow through.
Mm-hmm. And Greg, you touched on a really great point there in terms of timeline. Certainly as a local government agency, whenever we're looking to apply for grants, I mean, sometimes these NOFOs hit and you've got 45 days, 60 days to submit an application, have a feasible project that you can actually implement and be ready to go in the next couple of years. Could you expand upon that a little bit more in terms of project feasibility and just overall timelines and your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the network you're developing in between those opportunities. So we're trying more and more at NDEP to, you know, provide forums for people to talk about, you know, what should our priorities be, what can we align on, and so I think it's it's getting a network so that, you know, when those opportunities do come up, you're almost kind of ready, right? Like you know there's an idea of what you want to get done, and you're reaching out and you're talking, and then when that hits, you're basically, you know, it's like, I don't know, when there's 2 outs and there's a person on first, where are you going to throw the ball? That's kind of what it's like when those things come up. And if you don't know, you know, it can be really tough.
So I like Laura's communication. Always communicate. Sometimes we do not have the flexibility of knowing what project we're going to submit in 30 days. We know we want the funds. We know we could probably do a project. So we submit a concept paper with very generic partners listed. I did have to ask DOE if, you know, because of the constrained timelines, what do we do if we don't have a partner listed? And they said, put to be determined. So communicate with the agency that you're working with. Can you figure out a way to submit that application or that concept paper within the time frame that also allows you to further develop it through the full application process? It's still not a lot of time, but again, communicate, network, you know, build those relationships, and always figure out a way to try to make it happen.
Good.
Yeah, good. Okay.
All right. Well, I think we're closing in on time, so just any final thoughts from each of you on the panel?
I'm just going to say the government is here to help you. The Governor's Office of Energy is here to help you, so reach out to us. Let us know what you guys need. Submit your information on our website, and you know, we are in this very wild ride together over the next 5 years of getting an influx of funding to our state and being able to effectively and thoughtfully implement that funding where it benefits Nevadans in a very positive way. So just don't forget, we're here to help. We're not here to not help.
All right, I'm gonna have to bite. So, as a regulator, I gotta be honest. Here to keep the air, land, and water clean. If you're down for that, we're here to help. You get my point. So, I just you know, appreciate, you know, the opportunity to talk about how we're doing, and you know, there's really been a lot of work that, you know, our program staff have done to develop relationships with everyone, and you know, I'm just, you know, I'm proud of the team that we've got at NDEP, and so you know, feel free to reach out if you haven't before, and we'll figure something out.
Well, it sounds like our agency was very fortunate because we did receive additional funds, but it's for existing programs. So that's why we're able to move forward, move a little faster, you know, instead of trying to create the programs, get the announcement, implement it, and the process. So the other thing that we just got notified from our agency is that they will be hiring somebody specifically to only manage those funds.
Okay, well, thank you very much to our panel, and thank you to our audience for being incredibly engaged. Tom, did you want to close us out, or where did he go? Okay, well, on behalf of Tom, this is the rest of our day, and I think we're concluding the event, so please go out, meet someone new that you haven't spoke with yet. You know, when it comes to funding opportunities, like everyone said on the panel here, it really, you know, you need to connect, meaningfully connect with people at these types of conferences and find opportunities where you can work together. So thank you very much, panelists, Robin, Greg, and Laura, and thank you all.